Senate will come to order. Senators will be in their seats. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Bagg. Vascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Senators and guests, please rise and give prayerful attention to our guest chaplain, L.D. Holmes.
Good morning, friends. Allow me to pray for you. Dear Father, in the book of Psalms we read, "In thee, O Lord, I have taken refuge. Let me never be ashamed. In thy righteousness deliver me and rescue me. Incline thine ear to me and save me. Be thou to me a rock of habitation to which I may continually come. Thou hast given commandment to save me, for thou art my rock and my fortress. Rescue me, O God, out of the hand of the wicked, out of the grasp of the wrongdoer and ruthless man." Today, as we look at the myriad of things facing us, we truly want to find a refuge in you. In just a few moments, we'll be entering into debate and deliberation. When the votes are counted and we look back, help us to have voted and acted in such a way as we'd never be ashamed. I pray for every discussion which takes place in this chamber to have been sifted through good information and wise counsel. Sharpen our minds, O God, as we look closely at that which we will put before us as legislation today. Allow integrity, truth, and righteousness to prevail. Give us patience with those who do not see things through our prism of understanding, and remind us, if you would, we've all been created in your wonderful pattern. Might our satisfaction come from knowing that you know our hearts and why we do what we do. And I pray for the sick and vulnerable in our individual communities. Father, would you bring resources and those who can facilitate those resources together to relieve the harshness of those living with little hope. With the difficult weather we're experiencing, I pray for your hand of protection and that it would rest upon each one in this room as well as their families. I ask this in Jesus' name, amen.
Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We have a couple page introductions this morning. Chair recognizes Senator from Cloud, Senator Bowers.
Thank you, Mr. President. I do have 2 pages from Western Kansas, from Osborne County, who came in yesterday. I know, so far away too. And their parents from the gallery behind us. This is Taylor and Nathan Knoll from Osborne County.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too have 2 pages to brave the weather to be here today. I have Grace Eberline. Grace, if you would stand, and Riley Fredericks. And Grace's father, Nathan Eberline, if you know Nathan, is here today in the audience as well. They are 6th graders from Maranatha in Shawnee. Please welcome them to the Senate.
Welcome to the Kansas Senate. Thank you for helping us out today. Please note references to bills and appointments on page 1 through 4 of the calendar. Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders.
Heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Chair appoints the Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, to preside over the Committee of the Whole.
Colleagues, we've got a long day ahead of us, so I will just repeat what my daddy told me many times. Some people have something to say. Some people just have to say something. I will leave it up to you to determine which category you will fall in. The Senate, having resolved itself to the whole, will now consider those items listed on the calendar under the heading of General Orders. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 71. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Since the founding of our state, we have been a free state, wanting our Kansans to live the life that they choose and to be free. Senate Bill 71 continues in that thread of our history and working to eradicate and have Kansans be free from human trafficking. What the bill does is it takes a look at the crime of buying sexual relations. And it continues the long history of our state also of working on eradicating human trafficking from our state. This bill does continue that effort by increasing the criminal penalty for engaging in buying sexual relations. So currently, believe it or not, the first time that you're caught and prosecuted for that, it's a misdemeanor in municipal court. And what this bill does is it takes it out of municipal court by charging you with a felony, level 9 person felony, and you're in district court. That means your whole case is going to be able to be viewed by prosecutors across the state if there were another case, if there were another conviction. And what it really does is it takes a look at the demand side. You wouldn't have the supply side of human trafficking if you didn't have the demand. So for the first time, this takes a look at how can we eradicate the demand for buying sexual relations, for human trafficking on the demand side of things. It also creates a new educational and program for the Attorney General to look at the curriculum, and our courts then would be required to send a person convicted of buying sexual relations for education on how not to recidivize. So it's a bill that comes to us not only from our law enforcement community, but from those who are helping victims of human trafficking. I know this has been something that they have worked on. They have built a broad coalition, and I just want to mention some of those and thank them for their hard work. They worked with prosecutors from across our state, as well as Rotarians across our state, the YWCA, the Rehope, Project to Restore, and have brought light to the demand side of what unfortunately has become a bit of an industry. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions of the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator from Johnson, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's been an honor to work with the broad coalition of Kansans and dedicated folks who have worked to bring this issue to the legislature and to continue to fight against human trafficking. With that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report Senate Bill 71 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Next item on the calendar is Senate Bill 138. The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is brought to us on behalf of the Kansas County and District Attorneys Association, and it takes us back to quite frankly, the founding of our country and a private person's right to be free from unreasonable searches and seizures. And what it does is it closes a loophole in our warrant statute and provides that only our law enforcement community can make a written statement showing probable cause to have the court issue a warrant. And why is this important? Because when you are asking the authority of government to come search someone's private property, to seize their documents, to seize a person, it's very important that we respect the Fourth Amendment, that we enforce the Fourth Amendment, and that we make sure our processes and procedures comply with that. So this bill would close a current loophole in statute that allows any person to submit and get a warrant from a court. And then that person, for good cause or for ill, would then be able to have the force and power of the state come knocking on someone's door, come arresting somebody, because our law enforcement has to execute all of these warrants. So by limiting the power of obtaining a warrant to law enforcement officers, what we're doing is we are having our trained officers who are doing the investigating make sure that they're the ones who are presenting the information. You can be a private person providing the information to law enforcement, but with closing this loophole that we've been seeing used in several counties across the state to, again, use the force of government to harass, to embarrass, to annoy private persons, or quite frankly, to put our law enforcement officers in jeopardy if they're having to execute search warrants, arrest warrants that they didn't help submit to the court. So it's a very important bill that does a small change in language, but really helps protect our constitutional rights. With that, Mr. Chair, I would stand for questions.
Are there questions of the senator from Johnson? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Cadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just for clarification to the gentlelady from Johnson, so who then would bring forward the warrant?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A law enforcement officer would be gathering information from any person, but the law enforcement officer would file for the warrant.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator.
Mr. Chairman, so thank you. Then just for clarification, that warrant previously came from the courts or the DA's or sheriff's office. Is that correct? Thank you.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the warrant would be upon application to the court, and the court would decide whether to issue the warrant. When the warrant would be issued by the court, then it's up to law enforcement to execute on the warrant.
Additional questions of the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I close.
You move.
Excuse me. And I also move that when the committee rises and reports, it report Senate Bill 138 favorably for passage.
Thank you. That is the proper motion. You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 30. For purposes of carrying the bill, the chair recognizes the senator from Potawatomi, Senator Titus, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 30 would require the Secretary of Labor to conduct state and national criminal history record checks on employees who have access to federal tax information that is received directly from the Federal Internal Revenue Service. This would include the standard fingerprinting check that's done through the KBI. Department of Labor and KBI were proponents of this bill. There were no opponents. The primary motivation for this factor is to help the Department of Revenue collect, or excuse me, the Department of Labor collect on unemployment insurance fraud claims. In order to handle that IRS information and collect sometimes from tax payments, they have to have background checked employees. So I would stand for questions.
Are there questions of the senator from Potawatomi? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 30 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 70. For the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 70, Chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator, you may explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've been hearing from constituents across the state regarding open meetings, that sometimes when it comes time for the public comment period, that those aren't live streamed, they're not easily made available for the public. So what Senate Bill 70 as amended does is it takes a look at what can we do to ensure public access to public meetings of public entities. So it does several, including looking at records too. The first thing it does is it puts into definition reasonableness of fees that an agency, a department, an entity of government is going to charge you when you make a Open Records Act request. So currently there's some confusion about, can the government entity charge you for their time in looking up the records as well as the copies that they then produce and give to you? Well, currently they're charging for both the time it takes to look it up and the copies, even per page when the copies are electronic. So what the bill does is it clarifies that it's kind of either or. You can either choose to charge for the time incurred, or you can charge per page, but not per electronic page. So it helps clarify that and bring some certainty so you're not stuck as a person making the request with a very large duplicative bill. The bill also makes sure that if you are an entity or an individual who has been the subject of investigation by a governmental entity, that if the investigation is dismissed with no adverse finding against the entity or the individual, those records will not be subject to an Open Records Act request. And the reason is this: it's to encourage entities and individuals to cooperate with investigations and to protect those individuals and entities from having their records disclosed even when wrongdoing was not found. So the bill will codify confidentiality of records held by the Batterer Intervention Program Certification Unit. Again, it's important to keep those records confidential. They have a lot of personal identifying information and shouldn't be subject to an Open Records Act request. And with this bill, they sure won't. The bill also changes the reporting deadline for the county and district attorneys to report open government complaints. It changes it to January of the reporting year so that the report is made just prior to the legislature coming back into session, so that we have the information and the legislature can take any legislative action if it deems necessary. One of the biggest impacts that the bill has, like I said, is on our open meetings, and it clarifies that the subdivision of a governing body, so long as a majority of that body is meeting, even if it's a subcommittee, that it has to be available to the public. And streaming online is an option, but if you're going to stream online, you have to stream online all of your meeting so that you're not cutting out the public from any part of that. And that's one last thing is that it does provide, when you're in executive session as a governmental entity meeting that's not open to the public, and you're announcing when you're going to be in recess until 8 p.m., that it provides a 5-minute leeway, that if you're back 5 minutes early or 5 minutes late, you haven't violated the requirement that you come back when you have said you would. So, because we're finding that the timekeepers, their timepieces might be off a minute. Your watch says 8:02, mine says 7:59, so that we can streamline the process of government that way as well. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'd stand for questions.
Are there questions of the senator from Johnson? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly appreciate the explanation of this bill and the intent and much of what has been accomplished. I do have one question about the requirement related to live streaming. Assuming the senator will stand for that?
She is standing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The wording specifically says that if an agency voluntarily elects to live stream their meeting, then they shall ensure that all aspects of the open meeting are available through the selected medium for the public. So I have some empathy for our local public officials who I know in Douglas County have been asked to listen to what many people feel might be unreasonable remarks and certainly not on the subject that that body is addressing. Would there be a possibility, and I'm just asking this, if a public body said public comments need to be made in writing, and those public comments were posted on a website, would that be possible for that public body?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm working on a friendly amendment, so I didn't hear quite all the question, but I think the question was if there were some inappropriate or irrelevant remarks, could the streaming be stopped? Was that the question?
The senator from Douglas, if you would restate your question for the senator, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, that was not the question, because I understand that this would mean if there's live streaming that it would have to continue. I'm asking if a local body could require that public comments be made in writing, and as long as those are posted on a website, would that be allowed under this change?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the question addresses more of a record of the meeting rather than the live streaming. And the bill simply says if you're going to live stream, you have to continue to live stream it. So the document, if it's part of the public meeting, it needs to be made part of the public record of the meeting. But, I mean, you're not really live streaming a document.
Senator from Douglas.
Mr. Chair, I appreciate that response. I certainly appreciate this intent, and I think if there is a public meeting, it is good for the public to see everything that happens. I also know we want to make sure that there are appropriate time limits, appropriate limitations on content, and maybe a workaround so that people will still volunteer to serve on our local governmental bodies. Thank you.
Further questions? Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faustville.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Question for the senator from Johnson. So again, since we might have people listening in today, just a clarification, is this for all local entities and for the Kansas Legislature? And if she would please restate the comment she made of, so if my Wichita City Council says we will return in 5 minutes and they get back earlier or later, could she please restate that comment? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Any body that is subject to the Kansas Open Meetings Act, this bill would apply to. And with the 5-minute leeway, again, it's just to make sure that if your watch is a minute or two off from your watch and from someone's watch at home, that the 5-minute leeway then doesn't create a violation of any sort for the entity who has said they would come back from recess or at a certain time. You have a 5-minute leeway there. So thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
I do have a friendly amendment that has been turned in. It's a technical language change, and the number is S1489. And I'm happy to go ahead and explain it rather than have it read. On page 9 in line 3, we need to change the wording Commissioner of Veterans Affairs. We need to change it to Kansas Office of Veterans Services. So it's just a technical cleanup to make sure we're talking about the right entity.
We will pause for a moment while the amendment is distributed and read by members. Are there questions on the amendment for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on your amendment.
I close.
You move your amendment, correct?
Okay, yes, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill as amended. Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 70 as amended favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 78. For the purposes of carrying this bill, the chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator, you may explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 78 requires the governing bodies of post-secondary institutions to regularly review and update their accreditation policies. It says that they must identify eligible accrediting agencies. They must update policies and practices to ensure that institutions may freely pursue accreditation that is appropriate for the programs offered by the institution. Additionally, accrediting agencies cannot compel a university or institution to violate state law, or the institution could bring a civil action against the agency. And this is important because colleges must be accredited in order for their students to access Pell Grants, student loans, and other types of aid. And this gives flexibility and freedom for our post-secondary institutions to pick an accrediting agency that aligns with their programs and the mission. So with that, Mr. Chair, I'm happy to stand for questions.
Are there questions of the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 78 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 64 for the purposes of carrying and explaining the bill. The chair recognizes Senator from Butler, Senator Fagg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 64 concerns retirement and pensions related to the Kansas Public Employees Retirement System. The bill would extend the time for filing administrative appeals from 30 days to 60 days, and also includes in the bill are several federal compliance updates that ensure CAPERS remain compliant with federal Internal Revenue Code regulations and technical adjustments, which cover internal references and definitions to align with current statutes and regulations. This bill comes to us from Alan Conroy, Executive Director of CAPERS. There was no opponents, no fiscal effect, and it was unanimous recommendation of the Financial Institution and Insurance Committee. I stand for questions.
Are there questions of the senator from Butler? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and report, it reports Senate Bill 64 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 24 for For the purpose of carrying and explaining the bill, the chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator Diedrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 24 amends multiple statutes that govern fees within Chapter 40 of the Kansas statutes. The amended statutes concern fees pertaining to applications, filings, licenses, insurance renewals, certificates of authority, and other fees. It grants the commissioner to lower more than 100 statutorily set fees. It requires the commissioner to publish those fees for the following year in the Kansas Register by December 1st, so that anybody who's regulated has time to plan their budgets for the next calendar year. The bill would set the current fee as the ceiling or maximum that can be charged. This bill also eliminates the annual appointment renewal fee. It's $2 in state and $5 for out of state. That's the fee that insurance companies pay annually per insurance agent selling policies on their behalf in the state of Kansas. For initial appointments, that appointment fee is going to remain unchanged. The bill will make the Department of Insurance more efficient, lessen the financial cost of doing business in the state of Kansas. So the proponents were the Kansas Insurance Department, or Kansas Department of Insurance, Kansas Association of Insurance Agents, who also highly support the bill. There were no opponents, no one was neutral. There's no fiscal impact to the state. The House has a mirror bill, House Bill 2040. It passed the House 114-0 last week. Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions of the senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 24 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 23. For the purpose of carrying the bill and adopting the committee report, the chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator Diedrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were amendments, so I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator, you may explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 23 is a consumer advocacy bill for the most part. Insurance companies have to respond to official inquiries from the Kansas Department of Insurance with respect to a consumer complaint or inquiry of unfair or deceptive acts or practices filed with that department within 15 business days. Insurance agents must respond to official inquiries to the department within 15 business days. These two 15 business day requirements originate from a regulation from 1981. The department processes thousands of these complaints annually. So the bill changes the time frame from 15 business days, which is 21 calendar days, to 14 calendar days. Most folks are using emails and communicating with companies and consumers electronically now. So the insurance department even has a centralized consumer complaint portal, making communication regarding complaints easier for everyone. The legislation is going to allow the department to better respond to the consumer complaints that they receive. So in addition, Senate Bill 23 also allows extensions for companies and agents who are participating in a value-added product of service pilot programs. That could be something like a wellness program that is added to your insurance company's policies. So the current maximum length for that pilot program is 1 year. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer than that to determine whether or not the evidence of those value-added services or products will mitigate loss or reduce claims. So they want a little extension of time. This bill allows an extension beyond the 1 year period at the discretion of the department. Proponents, Kansas Insurance Department, written neutral testimony from the Association of Property and Casualty Insurance Companies. They had a little discussion about reducing that from 15 business days to 14 calendar days, but with the automation and the explanations, they're now okay with it. So how we amended this in committee, on page 6, lines 32 through 33, we added the statement that upon such a request, the commissioner may grant an extension of specified time. It just clarified the commissioner's ability to do that. There's no fiscal impact, just a policy change. House had a mirror bill, House Bill 2043. It passed the House 97-14 last week. Mr. Chair, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions of the senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 23 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 2. For the purpose of carrying the bill, the chair recognizes a senator from Finney, Senator Clifford, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were committee amendments. I move to adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator, you may explain the bill.
Senate Bill 2 validates the result of a school bond election submitted by USD 200, Greeley County Public Schools. It was voted on favorably May 21st, 2024. After the election, the district self-reported a defect in the notice, despite legal notice 4 times in the local county newspaper, the Greeley County Republican. The defect was that they had not advertised on the county website because one did not exist. The Attorney General ruled in his interpretation of KSA 10-120 that website publication was required. The bill was referred to local government with 4 proponents, no opponents. It was amended to include the language you see in the preamble and on page 2, lines 4 and 5, to state that publication on the website was required if a website existed. There was no financial note. The bill was dual referred, so it was heard in Senate Ways and Means 2 weeks later. Now there were 5 proponents, including the Attorney General, and no opponents, and was passed out favorably. I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions of the senator from Finney? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 2 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 126. For the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 126, the chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator, you may explain the bill.
Thank you. This is a healthcare compact. We've had many of these in the past in the state of Kansas. I think there were 9 total. There are 1,450 PAs or physician's assistants in Kansas. The concept of this compact came out in 2019. There are now 9 states that have adopted this. The compact would preserve the state's regulatory authority to safeguard the safety of patients through the current system of our state licensure, but also providing license portability for qualified professionals. There were no opponents, and the proponents were the National Guard, the Department of Defense, the Academy of Physicians Associates, and the Kansas Chamber. The other compacts that we've heard, you may recall, are the Audiology, Speech, Language Pathology Compact, Dental and Dental Hygienists, Emergency Medical Services, Nurse Licensure, Physical Therapy, and so forth. Again, there were no opponents to this bill, and I will stand for questions.
Are there questions of the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the bill.
I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report favorably for passage Senate Bill 126.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 88. For the purpose of explaining the bill, the chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill was brought to us by the Alzheimer's Association requesting additional memory training for the Long-Term Care Ombudsman, Regional Long-Term Care Ombudsman, and the Office of Long-Term Care Ombudsman employees. Testimony came from the Long-Term Care Ombudsman herself and from the Alzheimer's Association, LifeWorks, Leading Age, and others. There were no opponents to this bill. The long-term care ombudsman here at the state has agreed to provide that training, so there would be no fiscal note. I will stand for questions.
Are there questions of the senator from Johnson? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Would the carrier stand for a question?
She will. She is standing.
I just wanted to clarify that you said that the long-term care ombudsman would provide the training. I thought that was the Alzheimer's Association that would provide the training.
Senator
I
from
thought
Johnson.
I apologize.
Apology accepted. Senator from Johnson, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say to the senator, I thought the same initially, but upon more review of the bill, Alzheimer's Association would provide the training, but the ombudsman would take the training and then provide the training for the others, and Alzheimer's Association would pick up any additional cost.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you.
Additional questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports favorably for passage, Senate Bill 88.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 79. For the purpose of carrying the bill, the chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator, you may explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 79 would direct the Secretary of the Department of Children and Family to request a waiver from the U.S. Department of Agriculture to make ineligible soft drinks, I want to say pop, soft drinks or candy from SNAP benefits. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I will yield to the senator from Sedgwick.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank the gentlelady from Johnson yielding. So I have a couple of questions for the gentlelady from Sedgwick.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So my question, just three quick questions, Mr. Chairman. So since food stamps, SNAPs are given to eligible families, so wouldn't this be a federal issue? How are we going to address that part of it?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That's why we are directing the Secretary to request a waiver from the federal government.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot.
Mr. Chairman, so then just for clarification for those individuals that receive food stamps, how would that work? So the Secretary of DCF would notify grocery stores that when a person is coming through buying a candy bar, that it would, I mean, how would that, the mechanism work, Mr. Chairman?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just the way it does now, there are already exemptions that they cannot use SNAP benefits for. They cannot use it for alcohol, they cannot use it for tobacco, they can't use it for hot foods. So this would just be added to that list, and they would handle it the way they do those other exclusions.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot.
Mr. Chairman, another question. How would, well, what's the reason for this? Are we trying to make sure that people eat healthier or that they don't become obese? What's the main purpose behind the requesting the waiver?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, this is a supplemental nutrition assistance program. And as such, we know that pop, soft drinks are the #1 purchased item with SNAP benefits. And so we want people to be healthy. We know they can buy other things that aren't healthy, but this is a start in saying taxpayers don't want to pay for pop and candy on SNAP benefits.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot.
Mr. Chairman, you know, my mother, when she was in the hospital, I recall one of the nurses saying, you know, giving her a piece of chocolate would be helpful to her health. And I believe that. And she seemed to be a little better. She passed away in '01, though. But Mr. Chairman, also, whether you know it or not, and I'm speaking from knowledge of this, Mr. Chairman, I represent about 74,000 people in Wichita, Sedgwick County. I represent Koch Industries, College Hill, wealthy individuals, even before Congressman Mike Pompeo went to D.C., he and I lived, he lived right behind me. I could see his house, but he had a little pond. His house looked like a little castle. So, but I also represent the poorest people in the city of Wichita. And believe it or not, some of them still don't have vehicles. And if we truly want to make sure that they are eating healthy, right in that area, it's a food desert, Mr. Chairman. And the only places where those individuals can buy food, because we've all got to eat. We're going to eat later on today. The majority leader said there was going to be lunch here for us. Everybody's got to eat. And so the dollar stores, the Family General dollar stores, they're all clustered in that area, in the inner city area of my district, where there's no grocery store. So I know these people, and they would love to eat on the outer rim of the grocery store and buy fresh fruits and vegetables, which are really, really expensive. However, the only place they can get to, I see them walking down the street. I've actually picked them up, and I've taken them to some of the grocery stores. But the only places they can get to are places that sell processed food. Some of the only places they can get to, the only thing on the shelf is a candy bar. And I just, I mean, I get it. I understand the intent, Mr. Chairman, but we should also couple in, I watch Dr. Phil a lot, and he says you can't take something away from a person or tell them to stop doing a certain thing. And I have 2 daughters. And if I said you can't do this, and they said, Mom, but what can I do? I gave them something else to replace that with. And so if we truly want people to eat healthy and be not waste money and spend it frivolously, we would invest in my district to help with the grocery store, and we would help with the offering fresh fruits and vegetables to those that are unfortunately poor. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Are there additional questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
I was waiting on amendment, and it looks like it's here, so if someone else wants to talk, but I will look
We'll see if there are additional questions while you turn your amendment in, and then we will come back to you, Senator. Senator from Shawnee, I guess it's Shawnee, is that correct? Okay, Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I, too, request an amendment, and at this moment, it's not yet ready, and I'm requesting that we pass over this bill until it is ready.
Since we have an amendment that's being turned in, Senator, we will go ahead and address this amendment, and then if your amendment has not arrived, we will look to pass over the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While we're waiting on the amendments, I just wanted to make a couple statements, not really questions. So I too have the Mars manufacturing candy plant here in Topeka, the first one built in the United States, I think in like 30 years. And I also have a Heartland Coca-Cola bottling company. So here are some of the issues that we're gonna run into, I think, with this bill. And we talked a little bit about this in caucus. It's kind of unusual how things are classified as candy. And just as an example, we already heard Twizzlers are not candy. Twix bars are not candy, neither are Kit Kats. Milky Ways have barley flour, so anything with flour is not candy. So it just seems like we're going to have quite an educational situation trying to inform not only the people who are using their SNAP benefits, but those who carry these products in their stores, what is and is not eligible. The other question I would have is, diet soda is targeted, but not the really heavily sweetened iced teas. If you've ever traveled in the South, every glass of iced tea you get is pure sugar, but that's not a part of this. So I just think there's going to be some confusion, and so I would just like to call the body's attention to that maybe more work needs to be done, or there's other things that we can do to try and educate people as to what is healthy food, and then make sure they don't have a food desert in their community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
We will now go back to the senator from Johnson. Senator Sykes, I know you've turned your amendment in. Do you have comments prior to the amendment?
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have an amendment, and that number is S1478.
We will pause for a moment while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Johnson, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I will be happy to explain it.
All right, go ahead.
So it's my understanding that the reason that this bill was addressed is trying to make sure that people are healthier. And so I'm not changing anything with the underlying bill, but just adding that if we are going to request a waiver, let's also request that waiver as the good senator from Sedgwick was talking, hot food is not something that is eligible under these benefits. So it would be saying, let's make sure that hot food would be added, as well as food and dietary supplements. And with that, I'm happy to stand for questions.
Are there questions on the amendment for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So would this amendment allow someone to use their SNAP benefits at a restaurant?
Senator from Johnson.
I'm not sure it possibly could because it is hot food. The intent is for, as the senator from Sedgwick talked about, in those food deserts where they're going, there may be food that they could get at a convenience store. I know I've bought my piece of pizza at Casey's or things like that. So that is the intent of that.
Senator from Sedgwick, do you have additional questions?
And I just, clarification, it is not at restaurants, it's just at grocery stores and communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator from Sedgwick. Did you have additional question?
No, Mr. Chair, I will be opposing this amendment. That opens up a whole nother can of worms as it relates to defining what is eligible and ineligible. We don't allow hot foods from the food sales tax. It's a whole different category that needs more vetting and is not ready at this time, in my opinion, for the floor. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional questions on the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Goodell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a question for the gentlelady from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
She's standing. Go ahead.
So I do know for a fact that you can go to major grocery stores, and you know how they cook. You can buy, a prepared lunch like chicken, mashed potatoes, green beans, or you can buy an 8-piece there too that's hot. Now, you can't purchase it with food stamps, Mr. Chairman, but you can, once they put it out in that little cooler area, now it's cold and you can purchase it. It's still the same, fried chicken, Mr. Chairman. And I was wondering if the gentlelady from Johnson, Sykes, if that's what she's referring to. So hot, cold, if she would clarify her amendment and request. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you for the question. Yes, this is for those hot foods, so you get that hot fried chicken.
Additional questions on the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have another question. Can recipients of TANF use TANF benefits for hot foods?
Senator from Johnson.
I think they would, but again, this is just asking, as the good Senator from Sedgwick said, for a waiver, asking. So I think part of that is up to the CDC. So we are asking for a waiver that these items be allowed to make Kansans healthier and fill their tummies.
Additional questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you. With that, I would close on my amendment and ask for a roll call vote.
You have heard the motion. Now seeing 5 hands, it is a roll call vote. All right, clerk, you will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Lazy. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every member taken the opportunity to vote? Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey. Senator from Sherman, Senator Billinger. Senator, are you wishing to change your vote?
Mr. Chairman, I want to explain my vote when you get to that part. Thank you.
A little rusty on the procedures. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscado, you may explain your vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is the first time I've ever explained my vote on an amendment vote here in the Kansas Senate since 2008. And I vote aye for this, Mr. Chairman. I remember back in the 70s, my mother organized an organization to help mothers, and what's called MOMS, Mothers Organized Movement, Mr. Chairman. And it was, they went to Washington, D.C. to advocate for poor women and their children who received SNAP benefits, TANF, food stamps, however you want to label it, Mr. Chairman. And it was to create the vision card so that people would have self-respect and dignity for themselves, as opposed to spending paper food stamps and plastic coins at the grocery store. And then here we go again, making people, putting them in a different category because of their financial circumstances or their situation in life, Mr. Chairman. And I just think it's humiliating and embarrassing for individuals. They already have to fill out these 18 pages of 20 pages of applications to get food stamps. And the people with disabilities and senior citizens that I represent, you know, they call me all the time. One lady was getting $25 food stamp SNAP benefit. Now she gets $18, and they don't know what to do. And this is just, I don't understand why we are, and I'm closing, Mr. Chairman, but I don't understand why this is a major issue in the Kansas legislature right now, when there are so many other pressing issues that we can be dealing with. And that's why, Mr. Chairman, I vote aye on this amendment. Thank you.
Further explanation of vote. Does any member wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Having voted in favor, 28 against, the motion to amend fails. We are back on the bill. Further questions on Senate Bill 79 for the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator from Shawnee, Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the Senator from Sedgwick. Noting the high actuarial probability of existing chronic health conditions within this body, has there been any consideration given to preventing the ability of per diem for Kansas senators from being used for foods that are restricted under this bill?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the Senator from Sedgwick is not what's good for the goose, good for the gander in this case, and we might be better off with those restrictions?
We'll call this a serious question. Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My question would be, is it the good Senator from Shawnee's assertion that any money that comes from, whether it's salary or per diem, comes from a public source, should be prohibited from purchasing pop and candy?
Senator from Shawnee, Senator.
I think that is my assertion as it pertains to this body and how we're attempting to restrict, especially people in districts in this body that are significant food deserts, like mine and the other senator from Sedgwick's. Yeah, I think that is what I'm asserting.
So I didn't hear a question. Did you ask a question?
I was just answering the senator from Sedgwick's question.
Okay. All right.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Do you have additional questions, comments?
I have an amendment for the bill.
All right. Has the amendment been turned in?
It has.
And can you tell us the amendment number, please?
I believe it's 1482.
We will stand at ease for just a moment while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Shawnee, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
If the clerk could read the amendment, Mr. Chair.
All right. Here is the amendment. Clerk will read.
Mr. President, I move to amend Senate Bill 79 as amended by the Senate Committee on page 1, following line 8, by inserting, quote, new section 1. For tax year 2025 and all tax years thereafter, there shall be allowed a credit against the tax liability imposed under the Kansas Income Tax Act in an amount equal to 100% of any expenses paid or incurred by any retailer during the taxable year related to compliance with the provisions of KSA 39-709B, Section 21, and amendments thereto. If the amount of the credit allowed by this section exceeds the taxpayer's income tax liability imposed under the Kansas Income Tax Act, such excess amount shall be refunded to the taxpayer, end quote, and by renumbering sections accordingly. Also, on page 1 in the title, in line 1, by striking, quote, public assistance relating to, end quote, in line 5, after the semicolon by inserting, quote, providing a refundable income tax credit for expenses paid or incurred by retailers to comply with such prohibition, end quote.
Senator from Shawnee, do you wish to further explain your amendment?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. I'm concerned certainly about the possibility of this body imposing unfunded mandates on the retailers across this state. I was disappointed during the committee hearing on this bill that we were glossing over or perhaps intentionally maybe underestimating the costs to retailers from this bill, and I hope that this amendment will remove that concern, and certainly I think it's something that everybody in this body could support. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Are there questions on the amendment? Chair recognizes a senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Retailers have to adjust their prices constantly, whether it's a weekly sales ad or products come and go or discontinued. But with that, I will question germaneness of this amendment.
Germaneness has been questioned. Will the Rules Committee rule on the question? For a ruling on the question of germaneness, the chair recognizes a senator from Cherokee. Rules Chair. Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Rules Committee has determined the amendment is not germane.
All right, the ruling is that the amendment is not germane. We are back on the bill. I will recognize the senator from Shawnee, Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to challenge the ruling, to overrule.
The ruling of the Rules Chair has been challenged. This will be a voice vote. A yes vote sustains or upholds the ruling of the Rules Chair. A no vote overturns the ruling of the Rules Chair and Committee. I think everyone is clear on that. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion appears to pass. Motion does. We are back on the bill. Senator from Shawnee, Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I request a roll call vote.
You're a little bit late. We have already ruled on the...
I'd like to request a roll call vote on the germaneness.
The chair has already ruled on the vote. A request for a roll call needs to be made prior to the announcement of the results of the vote. So you are a little late, but that's a little training for all of us in this chamber. Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If the carrier of the bill would take a question.
She will.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On an average per month per individual, how much money does an individual receive for a SNAP benefit?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe $200 and some odd dollars, I believe, Mr. Chair, but don't quote me on that.
Senator from Shawnee.
Additional question, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead.
Okay, so hypothetically, if it's, say, $200 a month, currently, would I be able to take that entire amount and go into a grocery store and buy just candy and soft drinks with that entire amount?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And that's my concern. We see an epidemic with young people in particular, that a health crisis. I can identify with that because I walk around here sometimes with all the food and all the desserts and all the things, and I joke, and some of you, my colleagues would know, I'd say, that's going to put me in diabetic shock. But the reality of it is, if an individual could go in and buy all candy and all pop, it's a little concerning. I understand the reason behind this SNAP benefit, and I think there's good in it, but this is something that's very concerning with me. And so for that reason, I stand in support of this bill. Thank you.
Further question on the bill. The chair recognizes Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I thought maybe you couldn't see me for the light. Would this senator from Sedgwick stand for a question?
She will.
Thank you. So I am curious as to what other states have received this waiver.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am unaware of any state that has currently received the waiver.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. And as a follow-up on that, have other states that have applied for this waiver been denied?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe so.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. And I would agree with the senator from Sedgwick that no state that has applied for this waiver, I can't say that word, sorry, has received this waiver. I was looking at the bill when it had a hearing, and I was intrigued by those that testified in favor of this bill. Could the carrier of the bill share with us who testified in favor of this?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe it was Opportunity Solutions Project and a private individual, I believe, if I recall correctly.
Senator from Wyandotte.
And is the Opportunity Solutions Project, are they based here in Kansas?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure I understand the relevance. I don't believe they are.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. And the relevance is that I am always concerned when we are being driven in the Kansas legislature by outside forces outside of Kansas that are coming in and providing bills that they feel are best for us. When I looked at the opponents, on the other hand, it was Fuel Truth, Independent Energy and Convenience Association, Harvesters, the Kansas Community of Food Banks, Second Harvester Community Food Banks. It was Kansas Action for Children, Greater Topeka Chamber, Kansas Appleseed, Kansas Beverage Association, Kansas Chamber, and the Kansas Department of Children and Families. All organizations within the state of Kansas. And this bill is directed, it's, as the carrier said, for health reasons, but I would ask the carrier, so could you share with us how many children in Kansas currently go hungry every day?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not know that.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, I'll be glad to share that. Over 19% of the children in Kansas go hungry every day. And yet we are looking for legislation that would give this false narrative about what is healthy or what is unhealthy. I appreciate the information provided by the senator from Shawnee about local companies here like Mars and how one candy bar would qualify and other candy bars would not qualify. And then I was talking to someone with that is a runner. I'm not a runner, and talking about at races and how you know there's foods that are often given as to stimulate or help that person continue, and often that's a Snicker because it does provide a quick energy boost. Not a granola bar, but a Snickers. And so could the carrier of this bill tell me would Snickers qualify under this bill then to be purchased with SNAP?
Senator from Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The definition of soft drinks and candy comes from the Kansas Retailers Sales Tax Act. And so that's the definition that we are using in this legislation. And it says that if there is a flour or flour product in a candy bar that we would traditionally say, then it is not classified as candy for the purposes of this bill.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. So if there's flour in it, it would count, but if there's no flour in it, then it would not. So maybe some granola bars might count, maybe some granola bars might not count. Is this, under this bill, is it well, I guess not necessarily under this bill, but right now with SNAP, is it optional for retailers to accept SNAP benefits as payment?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe so.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Which raises another point as well. currently, there are 2,100 retailers that accept SNAP benefits in Kansas and less than 400 that accept WIC. We already heard from an amendment that failed about the complexity now that is created under this legislation that for a retailer. And as the senator from Shawnee, who shared information about this candy bar counting, this one not, this drink counting, this one not, of the complexity of either the drink or the candy bar. So it does cause me to worry that fewer and fewer retailers will accept SNAP benefits. I know I was looking at some testimony and it was mentioned, the question was asked about whether the capital here is in a food desert. And so would the care of this bill know if the capital is in a food desert?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senate.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I failed to understand the food desert argument that the only things that can be delivered to certain parts of our state are popping candy. Is that the definition of food desert, that the only thing that can be delivered in certain areas is popping candy? Therefore, if we take this out, then there won't be any. I'm failed to understand the reason behind the question, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, it is the right of the carrier to not understand what I'm asking, but it doesn't have to do just with popping candy. But if the program becomes so complex for what counts, it does beg the question as to whether retailers will continue to participate in accepting SNAP. And if they don't, then that increases the food desert area and dwindles the ability of many of my constituents who are poor to be able to provide healthy foods for their family. And just as a follow-up, yes, the capital is in a food desert because the nearest grocery store is 2.3 miles away. So I was thinking about parts of my community, and I've noticed, and probably maybe you have too, well, I'll just take this capital. The other day I went over to Walgreens to get some cold medicine. And the Walgreens is right up here on Topeka Boulevard at 10th and Topeka. And guess what? They carry more and more foods all the time. Why? Just because I told you just a minute ago, because we're in a food desert. In my community, it's when I go into Dollar Tree, my favorite place to get cards, they're carrying more and more food all the time. Why? Because in part of my Senate district, in the Argentine area, most of the residents are more than 2 miles from a grocery store. So they're in a food desert. So they're able to walk to the Dollar Tree or Dollar General to get some of their basic needs. I just want the body to think about what when we pass this kind of legislation, is it really for the good of our Kansan families, or is it a negative? And then my last question for the carrier is, within this bill currently, if the secretary applies for a waiver and is denied, is it within the bill that they have to continue to apply year after year?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, it is that they need to reapply annually, but I will say this, the new administration has signaled they're looking at this at a federal level, so I have a feeling, a very educated feeling, that the denial of these waivers will soon not be a thing to worry about anymore. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Well, we're here today in the Kansas Capitol talking about a bill in Kansas. So, yes, the administration has changed, and yes, there could be some change coming, but we're dealing currently and talking about residents in Kansas, our Kansans. And so that's who I'm talking about and what's in place now. Again, not only is this that the secretary has to apply for a waiver that has not been granted in any other state and has been denied in other states, but this legislation says the secretary needs to continue to apply for that waiver annually. This body put in place a government efficiency committee. I cannot wrap my head around how efficient asking one of our secretaries to keep applying over and over and over again for something that's denied. It mocks that whole idea of efficiency. So I would encourage the body to think about that within this bill.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do want to remind the body that, as pointed out earlier, there were two proponents for this bill, SB 79, Opportunity Solutions out of Florida and one citizen. However, there were a large number of opponents to this bill, those opponents from Kansas. There were several concerns voiced by the opponents, including the burden this bill would place on small grocers in this state. On the flip side, though, a point that was touched upon a little earlier, proponents indicated this bill would help with health-related issues, including diabetes. However, I want to remind the body, there is no data to suggest the rate of diabetes differs with SNAP recipients compared to non-recipients. Additionally, keep in mind, people with diabetes often need a sugary snack to regulate glucose levels. Again, no data shows the type of restrictions being proposed in SB 79 have positive effect. And ultimately, it doesn't address the root of the issue in terms of corporations who aggressively market unhealthy items. I do have a question for the gentlelady from Sedgwick, if she would stand for it.
She will.
Someone asked earlier the monthly SNAP benefit. For clarification, that amount is $187 monthly per person. My question is this: how much do legislators receive daily for per diem or food allowance?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I believe our per diem includes not just food cost, but housing as well, which I would assert would make up the majority of that per diem. I honestly couldn't tell you. I don't pay any attention to the per diem.
Well, the chair knows, but we will recognize a senator from Johnson. Senator from Johnson.
So I have to ask, what is the real objective with this bill? And I asked that in committee, and I was assured the objective is to ensure taxpayer funds are being used appropriately. And with that, I have an amendment.
Have you turned in the amendment?
Yes, I have.
And the number?
1475.
Thank you. We will pause for a moment while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Johnson, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I'm sorry.
Senator from Johnson, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Have it read.
Clerk will read the amendment.
Mr. President, I move to amend Senate Bill 79 as amended by the Senate Committee on page 22, following line 33 by inserting, quote, Section 2, KSA 46-137A is hereby amended to read as follows. 46-137A, in addition to the compensation provided for by KSA 46-137B, 46-137E, and 75-3212, and amendments thereto, each member of the legislature shall receive the following amounts. The sum of 88.66 per calendar day for service at any regular or special session, except as otherwise provided in subsection E, B, subject to subsection G, the sum of $109 per calendar day for subsistence allowance for any regular or special session of the legislature, except if that amount's allowable for the capital city of Kansas under applicable federal law and regulations to employees of the executive branch of the federal government for per diem expenses while away from home but serving in the United States are amounts which total greater than 109, then each member of the legislature shall receive such greater total amount per calendar day for subsistence allowance for any regular or special session of the legislature. Section C. An allowance of $354.15 for the 2-week period which coincides with the bi-weekly payroll period, which includes April 1st and for each of the 19 ensuing 2-week periods thereafter, to defray expenses incurred between sessions of the legislature for postage, telephone, office, and other incidental expenses, except as otherwise provided in subsection F. Section D. An allowance for mileage in an amount equal to the rate per mile prescribed under the provisions of KSA 75-3203A and amendments thereto, multiplied by the number of miles traveled by the usual route going to and returning from the member's place of residence for any regular or special session of the legislature. Such mileage allowances shall be paid for not to exceed the equivalent of 1 trip for each full week occurring between convening and adjournment sine die in any regular special session. The mileage allowance provided under the provisions for this subsection shall not be subject to the restrictions relating to the use of vehicles prescribed by KSA 75-3203,
Mr. Chair.
75-3203A, and amendments thereto.
I will pause the reader, so you wish to discontinue
Yeah,
reading?
I think we got the main part of it. Thank you.
All right, so you wish to further explain your amendment?
Essentially, this amendment calls for us as a legislative body to live by the same rules that we are applying to other populations because we are talking about taxpayer funds and essentially assistance from the government.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question on the amendment. Earlier, we heard from another senator that his assertion was that any salary or benefit paid with public monies or taxpayer money or a government employee or public service employee should be prohibited from buying soft drinks and candy. Is that the assertion of the carrier of the amendment as well?
Senator from Johnson.
The assertion is that what we are trying to apply in the overall bill, prohibiting the purchase of sugary items, as well as soda, would apply also to us as a legislative body, and the concern for health issues.
Senator from Sedgwick, additional question.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So we shouldn't be allowed to use our salary to buy popper candy?
Senator from Johnson.
These are taxpayer funds that are coming to us as legislators in this bill as far as the prohibitions on SNAP recipients. Again, the premise was outlined that those are taxpayer funds, and we as a body should be concerned with how those funds are being used.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So teachers are paid with taxpayer funds. Are teachers prohibited from buying poppin' candy with their own salary that they earn? Is the carrier of this amendment equating that with SNAP benefits?
Senator from Johnson.
No, not at all. That is salary. We're talking here about per diem, which is assistance given to us to manage our expenses while we are on the road.
Senator from Sedgwick, additional questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't believe that's what I heard earlier, so I appreciate the clarification. This is only for per diem. Who gets a per diem?
Senator from Johnson.
This is in regard to this legislative body, which is working to put guardrails on certain populations receiving assistance.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think we can all see what this amendment is. It's a false argument. It's comparing apples and oranges from a salary and a benefit through employment and a SNAP benefit, and I would urge the body to vote this amendment down. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes on the amendment.
Thank you. I just want to clarify. So I think we're trying to confuse maybe Kansans who are watching. This amendment is specifically for, and this is a question for the carrier, this amendment is specifically targeting the money that legislators are allowed to use for our food and housing. And this would be, I believe it would go to a body. The LCC would establish some sort of system to be able to look at that portion, which I believe is $188 a day, which is well beyond what our SNAP benefits receive in a month. But is that correct, Senator?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Yes, that is correct. This is in regard to the assistance we receive, comparatively putting the same guardrails in effect to the assistance that is received by SNAP benefits.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you for that clarification, that the assistance legislators receive would be held to the same standard as the assistance that our hungry children would be held to. Thank you.
Additional questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator from Johnson, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you. If we are so concerned about taxpayer funds being used appropriately, we as a body should be ready to abide by the guardrails that we want to apply to other populations. Again, we are talking about assistance provided. Keep in mind, the average SNAP recipient receives $187 monthly, whereas we receive $109 daily. With that, I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no.
Roll call.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 1, 2, 3, 4, seeing 5 hands, roll call is in order. The clerk will call the roll. We are having some technical issues, so I ask for your patience as we try to resolve the issues. All right, the issues have been addressed. We are ready for the clerk to call the roll.
Ellie. Argabright. Billinger. Blazy. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Vascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
We're not on final action. The call is not in order. We will give an opportunity for members to return. So has every member had the opportunity to vote? Senator from wherever you're from. Cloud. Does any member wish to explain their vote? Senator from Johnson, are you wishing to explain your vote?
After the count. Is that okay?
Whenever you wish. Okay. Go ahead. You're going to explain now, or?
It sounds from the roll call that this motion will not pass. And I think we have to realize what this message sends to Kansans. It's very interesting in the fact that we want certain populations to have guardrails in place regarding assistance and taxpayer funds. And we want to dictate those guardrails. But we as a legislative body don't want to live by the same rules regarding our assistance. And that's why I support the amendment.
Further explanation of vote. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I voted to pass on this measure, and I'm glad that this is not a final action. I vote to pass because all taxpayer dollars and distribution is not applicable to a uniform test based on the source of those dollars. The concept of work, or the concept of doing something volitionally to achieve or to have dollars versus a conferred economic benefit because of one's economic status is not an equal or unequal test, I believe. It's very clear. If one works towards a particular benefit, wherever that source of income comes from or is conferred, if it's tax dollars or wherever, there is a difference between that economic benefit that is conferred because of one's economic status and the need of a SNAP benefit. I do understand, though, the counter argument that raised, and so I don't have a clear vote on that, and because of that, Mr. Chair, I pass.
Further explanation of vote. Does any member wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Eight having voted in favor, 29 against, the motion to amend fails. We are back on the bill. Further questions on the legislation? The senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to share an announcement for the Senate that lunch is ready. It is downstairs in the conference room below the Senate chamber. The best way to get there is probably through the back stairwell over here behind you, Mr. Chairman. The lunch is only provided for senators, the Senate Secretary and his staff, and the Sergeant of Arms and his staff. So anyone who's listening, trying to make sure we don't have enough lunch for the whole building, just for the people who are working in this very chamber. So just wanted to share that announcement. So we don't want everybody to go at the same time, so try to make a plan with your seatmate as when to go, so we ensure we maintain a quorum in the Senate at all times. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I apologize for keeping the body from lunch. That hopefully doesn't include any sugary foods that are banned by this bill. But I just want to ask some clarifying questions for the senator from Sedgwick. Does the bill ban apple juice?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, the definition of soft drinks and candy are from the Kansas Retailers Sales Act, and that definition is in the bill.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does the bill ban orange juice?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Again, the definition is in the bill.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the senator from Sedgwick. Does the bill ban grape juice?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, the definition of what constitutes soft drinks and candy is in the bill.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I also, as the senator from Wyandotte noted, I also like to run, and even sometimes in this building, when I'm in a hurry, I grab a Cliff Bar. So for the senator from Sedgwick, would Cliff Bars be banned from this bill?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If it falls within one of the definitions that's in the bill, it would.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the senator from Sedgwick. What about chocolate milk?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Any specific item is defined in the Kansas Retailers Sales Tax Act. That's the definition we're using.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the senator from Sedgwick. What about raisins?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's in the bill.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Also noting that other dried fruits have pretty high sugar content. What about dried cranberries? Craisins, if you will.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's in the bill.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know sometimes a lot of people eat dried apricots. So a question for the senator from Sedgwick, would dried apricots be included in this bill?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Same answer I'm going to give on all of these examples.
It's in the bill. Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What about sugar? For the senator from Sedgwick, would sugar be included in this bill?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The definitions are in black and white for everyone to read and apply that. Thank you.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Would corn syrup be included in this bill? Question for the senator from Sedgwick.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's in the bill.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know that a lot of yogurt is also pretty high in sugar, and that's why I try not to buy the flavored kind at the grocery store. But for the senator from Sedgwick, would flavored yogurt that's also very high in sugar be included in this bill?
Senator from Shawnee, rather than ask each individual item, if you would lump all your items together and allow the senator from Sedgwick to answer accordingly, that would be appreciated and more efficient with the senator's time. Do you have additional items that you wish to lump in with your most recent question?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that about sums it up.
All right, Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, the definitions that are in the bill would be applied, and retailers could adjust their products accordingly.
Senator, additional questions on Senate Bill 79. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a final clarification so that some of my constituents who aren't able to listen to us live or but they will definitely be affected by this legislation. So again, what was the ultimate goal of Senate Bill 79? Is it, just for clarification, the ultimate purpose, goal of the bill?
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll address that in my closing.
I appreciate that, Mr. Chairman. Thank
Senator
you.
from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau. Oh, I guess you're finished. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I wish the carrier of the bill had answered that question because I'm really kind of wondering that same question myself. Maybe it's dealing about obesity in children, but it's not really about dealing with obesity in children because it's only a select target of children. But I will say, if we're going to worry about what kids are going hungry, which one would say if they're receiving these benefits, they are probably going hungry, let's look at the fact that 19% of Kansas kids are currently going hungry and they don't know where their next meal is coming from. If the goal is to increase nutrition intake among these children, there are a lot of better ways that we could address that. We could encourage healthy eating by doubling up on the food bucks, increasing access to free and reduced lunches in our schools, the Kansas investment in the SNAP Healthy Incentives Program. We would have voted for the amendment that I offered to offer hot food, which actually has been approved in 6 states, whereas a candy and soda waiver has not been approved in any states. I think a lot of us probably know someone who is one paycheck away from needing a little bit of help to get by. Would you look at them and think that they're just trying to scam the system? Would you look at them and say, gee, I get to tell you what you can put in your body because I'm in a better financial position than you? I bet you wouldn't say that to their face. And if you wouldn't say it to someone's face, then I don't think you should be voting to put it in law. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Klemp.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the comments from Senator Sykes as well around warm food, because I do think that needs to be addressed at some point, just not today. I look at my own counties, Leavenworth and Wyandotte, and I look at some of the areas in both of those, and I try and wrap my hands around some of the amendments that are being talked about. 46% of low-income children are obese or are on their way to diabetes, versus 20% of the rest of the, 15% of the rest of the population in the state. Those happen to affect my areas, some of my areas in Wyandotte County and some of my areas in Leavenworth County. I assume there's other areas around the state that this would affect as well. With obesity on the rise since early 1990s of 70%, it feels like anything we can do to address, whether this is focused on low income, like it's the right thing to do. So I just wanted to put my 2 cents in. I support this with Senator Erickson. I think we need to move it forward. And there's other things that are good, but it's not the right time. I appreciate your time, sir.
Additional questions on Senate Bill 79? Chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I appreciate the senator from Leavenworth's comments, and I agree with him completely, and I know that he's coming from a good place on this. What I would say, however, is that we actually, after decades of thinking and working on this problem, we know how to make children healthier as a body and as local and state entities. We know that when we fund education on nutrition at the local level, obesity rates and diabetes rates go down. We know that when we start early with nutritional education in programs in preschool and kindergarten and elementary school and middle school and high school, that obesity rates, diabetes rates, and associated health challenges, those rates go down. And I would encourage this body that if we are serious about doing everything we can to make the kids in Kansas healthier, that we think about real solutions and not ideologically driven bills like this one. And I would note that according to recent statistics, only about 20% of young people in Kansas, young people being defined as 17 to 25, only 20% are healthy enough and eligible, but mostly disqualified because of metabolic disorders. Only 20% are eligible to serve in the military, like I did, and I know like a few other members of this body did. If we are serious about working on that problem, because it's a huge economic drag and it's a threat to the national security and the contribution that this state can make, then we should look at real solutions, not things that remove choice in the most degrading way for our constituents. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
No additional questions. The chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, to close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I do appreciate the debate, and I agree with a lot of the things that are being said here. One child going hungry is too many. But to think because we are saying you cannot buy soft drinks and candy with SNAP benefits is exacerbating childhood hunger, I think is just fear-mongering beyond the pale. Let's look at some of the other things that have been said about this. Businesses may not take SNAP benefits. Mr. Chair, SNAP is a $400 million program in our state. We heard on one hand, well, they're not going to be able to afford to, the cost of implementation. Oh, they just aren't going to do it. Well, which is it? $400 million. This bill does not cut one penny of benefits. I don't know of any recipient who's going to say, well, I normally buy $50 worth of pop and candy, but since I can't buy that, I'm just going to leave that $50 on my benefit card and not spend it. This doesn't make any sense. We heard that this bill doesn't do anything. Why would beg to differ? It's setting parameters, Mr. Chair. It's setting parameters, and the idea that a salary that you earn, I appreciate the good senator from, oh gosh, I forgot where he's from. No.
Kansas.
From Kansas, thank you. The good senator from Kansas making the distinction between working and receiving that versus a benefit like SNAP. The Capitol's in a food desert. Don't ask me how I know this, but I do know that they sell frozen steak at Dollar General. I do know that there is food delivery systems. I do know that if you go to any church or call any church or faith-based organization, they will deliver food to you. So the only thing being ideologically driven here is the opposition to a common sense bill that says you need to use SNAP benefits, supplemental nutrition assistance program, for things other than pop and candy. With that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 79 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion appears to pass. Motion does pass. We will now direct our attention to Senate Bill 260. For the purpose of carrying the bill, the chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You have heard the motion to adopt the committee report. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This bill, Senate Bill 260, is an effort to help reinvigorate the horse racing industry in Kansas. We heard from breeders that came to testify that they are raising horses here in Kansas that they can't even race here. They're racing in other states. There was absolutely no opposition to this bill. It does a few things to help the Horse Racing Association. It redefines Horsemen's Association and Horsemen's nonprofit organizations so they would be able to obtain license for racetrack facilities located anywhere in the state. Previously, there were restrictions on where they could hold those or where they could build and construct those facilities. Now this expands the opportunity statewide. Similarly, Section 2 also removes the same county requirement to conform with Section 1 for requirements to obtain a license, an organization license. And it also affects the fair associations that want to conduct live horse racing to be approved by the Kansas Quarter Horse Racing Association and the Kansas Thoroughbred Association. The bill would further prohibit any horseman's nonprofit organization from conducting live horse racing until March 1st, 2028, unless those races were held at Eureka Downs. Section 3 changes the distribution of the money from the state racing fund. Any money in excess of the operating expenses from the Racing Commission is distributed to, 30% to the Kansas Horse Breeding Development Fund, and 70% of those revenues will be transferred to the Horse Fair Racing Benefit Fund, of which 15% may be expended for the promotion of the parimutuel industry in Kansas. There were some changes to the awarding, opens up to owners of stallions and mares of the Kansas bred horses that finish in recognized parimutuel races at certain levels that we available for money from the Kansas Racing and Gaming Commission, and the bill would become effective July 1st. With that, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions of the senator from Johnson? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just rise in support of the legislation. I know when that facility originally closed down, so many people lost jobs, and this would create definitely a new revenue, economic development in Park City near Wichita, near Sedgwick County. I know that originally greyhound dogs were there. I know that a lot of the issues over the years we've heard this legislation or similar legislation. We wanted to be mindful to horses, animals that race. However, over the years we've heard this legislation, all the players that were in opposition and proponents, have gotten together and worked some things out for that part of the state of Kansas. And again, I strongly rise in support of the legislation. Thank you.
Additional comments or questions of the senator from Johnson? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a few questions for the senator from Johnson and see that he is standing.
All right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think Senator from Johnson did a good job of explaining the bill, especially as it was first printed. Could he explain any more about the amendment that was added in new Section 3 that I believe talks about an applicant for a facility owner license if they're a horsemen's association?
Senator from Johnson.
I think we're talking about the expenditure of the money or distribution of the money. I just want to make sure I understand, because that amendment was talking about the amount required for operating expenditures and transfers made to, pursuant to subsection D, where we took the excess of the amount required for operating expenditures, 30% to the Kansas Horse Race or Kansas Horse Breeding Development, and 70% to the, I have to read through it very quickly here. Historical, the horse fair racing benefit fund. So 30% to the first, 70% to the second. But it is in excess, any money in excess of the operating expenses from the racing commission. And I know we had a big discussion about that in committee because we wanted to cover the cost of the regulation. And I believe, as explained by the commission, that the operating expense, within that operating expense, the cost of regulation was part of that, as I understood that. And so that's why it was worded the way it was. We did have a potential conceptual amendment to clarify that. The Racing Commission was neutral on that. The committee felt like it was unnecessary, and so we didn't make the amendment, any further amendment to this amended portion of the bill. I hope that explains it well for the senator from Douglas, but we did have a fairly robust discussion about that.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The senator from Johnson may be having the same trouble I am in following the bill. My printed copy that I just got this morning from the document room is not the amended version. Is that the one that he's also referring to in print?
Just a second.
Senator from Johnson.
Okay. Yeah, I was unclear on the amendment you were referring to. Talking about the applicant for a facility owner license or facility manager license, if they are a horsemen's association, the applicant shall not operate a historical horse race machine at the racetrack facility.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is the amendment that I was referring to that's in new section 3. And can the senator from Johnson remind me how that would affect the ability to create a racetrack in Sedgwick County?
Senator from Johnson.
Yeah, there's the Golden Circle in Park City is the only one that has historical horse race machines. I believe there's 1,000 of them, but that is the only one that does.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that because I think that's, I think the only part of the bill that the senator from Johnson had not explained initially. So this bill was introduced in Ways and Means and was reported as being referenced to the Committee on Federal and State Affairs in the Senate calendar last Thursday. So since it was introduced in an exempt committee, can the senator from Johnson tell me if it has to be worked before this week's turnaround deadline for this bill to stay alive?
Senator from Johnson.
Well, as an exempt committee, no. But because of the timeline and the fact that we were going to carry all these bills across the floor and the fact there were absolutely no opponents, no neutral, the committee felt like it was workable and passable that same day.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When was the hearing for this bill, Senate Bill 260, first published in the Senate calendar?
Senator from Johnson.
I would have to check. Well, I'm not sure about the Senate calendar. I know we put it on the weekly agenda as soon as the bill became available.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And that would have been then to allow it to appear in the Senate calendar Friday, February 14th. When would testimony have to have been submitted for the hearing and the work on the bill that was held yesterday.
Senator from Johnson.
Well, in our committee rules, we like that testimony to come in 24 hours before we hear the bill.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I assume that that would have meant that the testimony would have had to be submitted by Friday, 24 hours ahead, because the weekend days don't count. Is that correct?
Senator from Johnson.
I'm sorry, I was
You're
distracted
welcome,
for a
Senator from
second. If we
Johnson.
could repeat that question.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So because it first appeared in the calendar on a Friday and was being heard on Monday, the testimony would have to have been submitted on that Friday, last Friday, February 14th.
Senator from Johnson. You're welcome, Senator. Recognizing you, by the way.
Yes, thank you, I know. We did move things around because of the weather, and sometimes we allow some testimony to come in circumstances, extenuating circumstances. We had to do that one other time this year, and so in that situation, we were trying to get this bill heard, and I would have to talk to my committee assistant to make sure we knew exactly when that testimony came in, but if it's going to be heard on a Monday, you have to have it in on a Friday. Correct.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I'm going to assume that one of the reasons that we heard from proponents to the bill is because there wasn't a lot of notice otherwise. I do want to say I appreciate the willingness of the chair, again, to allow discussions and accept conceptual amendments. I think that helped the process yesterday. I have seen swift action made in response to the Greensburg tornado and to Winter Storm Uri. I'm simply expressing my concerns that an act regarding pari-mutuel wagering not be given what I consider adequate public notice for participation. Thank you.
Additional questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator from Johnson, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 260 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 85. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may explain your bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 85, coming out of government efficiency, is just going to attempt to ensure that those receiving the food assistance benefits are eligible to do so, and it sets specific timelines for verification of that eligibility. It directs the Secretary of the Department of Children and Families to enter into agreements with state and federal agencies for review and comparison of data to verify eligibility for the food assistance program. They will receive and review state information from Kansas, obviously, that may affect eligibility for the food assistance program from the Office of Vital Statistics, Department of Labor, Department of Revenue, Department of Corrections, Kansas Lottery and Kansas Racing and Gaming Commission, out-of-state electronic benefit transactions, and then it also requires the Secretary to review and act on certain data from federal sources, being the Social Security Administration, Department of Health and Human Services, Department of Housing and Urban Development, and the FBI. And there's various monthly and quarterly reports that they are supposed to verify. It is all in the bill as to the timeline for each of those. And if I can answer those questions if those come up. And on at least a quarterly basis, the Secretary shall make available to the public on the DCF website data from findings of noncompliance and fraud investigations in the Food Assistance Program, including the number of households investigated for intentional program violations or fraud, total number of households referred to the Attorney General's office for prosecution, improper payments and expenditures, monies received, the data concerning improper payments and ineligible recipients as a percentage of those investigated and reviewed, and the amount of funds expended by electronic benefit card transactions in each state outside of Kansas. So this is just trying to ensure that we verify those benefit recipients to make sure they are the ones who are supposed to get it, in an effort to make sure those who need this assistance can receive it and the money is there. And with that, Madam Chair, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator from Shawnee, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for the Senator from Johnson. Are you not concerned that this is entirely unworthy of the Kansas Governmental Efficiency Committee when I believe the overwhelming majority of all of the measures included in this bill are entirely duplicative of existing statutes and regulations?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Well, no, because the current statute tells the Secretary to review, but it doesn't set a schedule, a definitive timeline. And we're finding that it's not happening in a timely fashion. So this just forces them to do their job and sets a schedule so we can make sure it's being done.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just contest that that is entirely inconsistent with the testimony that we heard regarding this bill. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question for the Carey, if he would stand for it.
He's standing.
Yes, can you tell me who were the proponents of this bill?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
The chair may have the list, but I think Opportunity Solutions was one of them. But we had also heard earlier in the committee, not on this particular bill, from the Office of the Inspector General talking about various fraud in public benefits, and it was a concern, and so that this was equally concerning on this particular situation.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
And a follow-up, please define for me very specifically what problem this bill is solving.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Well, there are fraudulent claims on SNAP benefits. For example, there's a big skimming operation where people will sell their benefits to other people who are not eligible and claim that they were skimmed, that they took the card and they skimmed it and they take the money. That's one of the big deals, and I just lost my screen here, unfortunately, talking about the amount of fraud. In 2021, 2022, and 2023, I believe, of course the screen goes blank when I need the data, there was over $3.5 million in fraudulent claims, and unfortunately we were unable to collect less than half of that. So this is an attempt to try to recoup some of that money. So again, people who are, who absolutely need that help and SNAP assistance will get it, and the people who don't, won't.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you. I appreciate that information, but there's a couple of things that really need to be addressed. First off, the proponent, Opportunity Solutions out of Florida, again, which seems to be a common thread on some of these bills, indicated that our error rates are out of line, yet our state was compared to a very small scope. If you look at the rates overall in the nation, the reality is Kansas is not out of line compared to other states. The national average is 11.68. Kansas stands at 12%. To give you some perspective, here are a few rates of other states. 60% Alaska, 22% Delaware, 12% rate with us, Georgia, 16% Oregon, 22% South Carolina. So as you can tell, there are a number of states that undoubtedly do have much higher error rates. And again, we are right there at 12%. What is this bill trying to solve? We already have numerous checks and cross-checks in place. The initial application that is 31 pages has some of the strictest eligibility rules. This bill calls for re-verifying information that has already been carefully checked by DCF. It calls on DCF to do several things it's already doing, and interestingly, calls on DCF to do things that can't be done. For instance, the bill requires them to request info from HUD and USDA. The state legally can't use that information per federal guidelines. At one point in committee, I actually joked that maybe we should take a field trip to get a better idea of the processes that are used to verify eligibility. It seems the amount of time and manpower used here in Kansas devoted to these tasks has been severely understated, and that's likely because we just don't fully understand those processes. For those reasons, I will be voting no.
Other Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, question or comment to the carrier of this measure. So, has there been any consideration so that people don't sell their benefits to others? Was there any discussion about perhaps on that vision card that people use to put their picture on it to avoid that? I think, Madam Chair, well, I know for a fact, two Secretary of DCFs ago, that recommendation, I've always served on the Child Welfare Committee, et cetera, and that came up at that time where people were selling their food stamps, and that's when there were paper food stamps too, and then it went to the vision card, and we thought that would eliminate that a concern. And then there was a recommendation made by this legislature to 2 or 3 individuals that served as our Secretary of State's DCF secretary. So was that, I'm being redundant a little bit, but was that discussed to prevent that in the future going forward, to put a picture of that individual who is eligible and requesting that benefit?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
That wasn't discussed on this particular bill. However, I would imagine that the Secretary of DCF could make that a requirement or request that requirement to help stop those fraudulent type transactions. But it was not discussed on this particular bill when we were hearing it.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I know, so again, you know, it's always, because the federal level does certain things dealing with these benefits, and then our state deals with it. And so, you know, I really think it should come from our federal level to allow for that or help with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to go back to skimming, which was mentioned as an issue pertinent to this bill. It needs to be noted that skimming is a criminal enterprise of stealing benefits from low-income people. This bill does nothing to address that issue. Rather, this bill is problematic for many reasons. Namely, it promotes waste and would be bad stewardship of taxpayer dollars. And it has an extremely high price tag of $9 million. At a time when the talk in this building is we need to cut spending, it makes no sense to forward this bill. I'll be voting no.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I have a question for the carrier of the bill.
He's standing.
Senator, some comments were just made by the senator from Johnson about skimming, and you earlier mentioned skimming as being as being used. Would you just respond again about what you said about skimming? I wasn't sure whether you were referring to the owners of the SNAP benefit cards as being as breaking the law.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thanks for that question, because I probably wasn't as clear as I could have been. And this is, I asked the Inspector General to give me some data on fraud and what happens. He said, it is understood that many beneficiaries sell their, well, let me back up. If a beneficiary lost their benefits due to skimming, something that, happened to them, the benefits are immediately replaced with no questions asked. But it is understood that many beneficiaries sell those benefits and then claim they were skimmed. So they're getting money, and then when they want a card replaced, they tell the agency, well, I got skimmed, so I need a new card. So that way they can keep churning those benefits. And that's directly from the Inspector General.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
So as a follow-up, so that's hearsay? Is that, is there evidence from the Inspector General about that very thing happening in Kansas?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Yes, I don't think he would include it in this email to me were he not able to back that up. I would have to pull him in here to get evidence, but I'm sure he's confident enough to put that in writing, that there is actually that type of fraud going on.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Well, sadly, with skimming, the ones that are losing are those who actually have the benefit cards. And we have evidence of that happening just this year in Kansas. It happened in Kansas City, Kansas. And the report came from DCF. There was suspicious activity, which was discovered January the 30th, when out-of-state phone numbers began calling imbalance inquiries for electronic benefit transfers. Its team began investigating the calls and ultimately found skimming devices placed in 3 Kansas City, Kansas businesses. Those businesses cooperated, but those EBT cardholders were the ones that were losing their benefits. They were the ones that were being impacted by this. And so in response, DCF shut down the number of cards and started the process of issuing new ones. Those reports did save money because there were 830 cardholders that were protected from fraud by the actions of those 3 businesses. So this is not, we think this is what skimming can do. We think that skimming is being used by cardholders. These are cardholders who are actually who have been impacted because they are not going to take advantage of their benefits. And these are actual cases that were investigated by DCF, not the Inspector General, by DCF, because they have that power and authority already. So DCF stated there were approximately 830 cardholders who were protected from fraud by their actions, saving $369,532 in benefits from being stolen. So here are businesses that are, and recipients who are reporting what's happening to them now. This oversight, this other layering when it comes to government efficiency definitely speaks of government inefficiency because we already have those tools in place for these monies to be, for the skimming to be stopped if it's reported, and for these monies to be recovered, and for those beneficiaries to receive their benefits. This investigation confirmed that the benefits of 162 card members were stolen in the amount of $38,000. So those beneficiaries They weren't stealing the money. It was, and this kind of legislation would have no impact on that. Those oversights are already there. So if we really want to make sure that these things are being, that the beneficiary are getting them, we should be supporting those like DCF that already have those checks and balances in place, and not putting another oversight that just makes it that much harder for residents to access the benefits that they deserve.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for the Senator from Johnson. I know that a lot of members of this body and perhaps even some members of the Governmental Efficiency Committee like to paint with a broad brush at the cost of precision, but you keep referencing an Inspector General. I know that we've had Stephen Anderson testify. Do you know Stephen Anderson's title?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Medicaid Inspector General.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for the Senator from Johnson. So what purview exactly does he have in his current position as the Medicaid Inspector General, or insight does he have into the state administration of SNAP benefits, not Medicaid benefits?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
They investigate fraud on all sorts of different public benefits, Medicaid, things of that nature. So he does have access to data, and that's why I asked for it, but he's not the sole source. We know from other sources that the error rate, for example, is up 48 million bucks, up from 2.7% in 2017 to 12% now. So we're getting data from all sorts of sources, and I don't think being myopic is the way to go when you're trying to improve not only the efficiency of government, but also trying to protect taxpayer dollars. That's what this is all about. If somebody should not be receiving those benefits, then why are we doling out the money? The DCF is not reviewing them on a timely basis. There's a lot of this eligibility requirements that's only reviewed once a year. Somebody could have changed jobs, somebody could have died, somebody could have moved out of state. This bill is much bigger than what we've been discussing. There's all sorts of ways that somebody could utilize these SNAP benefits longer than they should, or family members could be receiving them when they're not eligible. That's what this is about. This is protecting the Kansas taxpayer. So if we're willing to overlook data just because it happens to come from one source that's not approved by someone, that's not doing our job as a government efficiency committee. I think we need to look everywhere we can to find these fraudulent transactions, because by nature they are hard to find and difficult to root out. And so I don't see the point of this line of questioning, Madam Chair.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would just encourage every member of this body that I believe we all owe our constituents an intent to be precise with what we were talking about. I believe the Senator from Johnson is, hopefully not intentionally conflating some of the hearings we've had on SNAP and Medicaid, because as I'm sure he knows, they are separate programs. This bill does not deal with Medicaid, it deals with SNAP benefits. And I'm concerned that, if we want to be most efficient, we have people who have expertise on this issue. In fact, we even had some of them testify in the Governmental Efficiency Committee, and I believe that the Senator from Johnson is perhaps, maybe he wasn't listening during some of their testimony, but as I recall, and as I remember studying, as I remember talking with some of the people that testified, in fact, many of the reviews that we're encouraging through this bill already happened. And I don't believe that is very efficient. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just for some clarification, there have been claims made that processes are not in place or not timely. And that is just not accurate. And again, the data shows us that our error rate is right in line with the national standard. But I also got to go back to that skimming issue. We need to realize that those benefits are not being replaced when they're stolen via skimming. They were replaced at one point by the federal government, but not anymore. That ended December 21st of 2024. So again, this bill just is not needed, has an extremely high price tag, and just puts redundant policies and procedures in place. Thank you.
Are there other questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple quick comments. First of all, a 12% error rate means, and if you're willing to accept that, means you're willing to accept fraud. Simple as that. If we go to the agency that we're telling to do these reviews and expect that we're going to get pushback, well, yeah, we did, which is why we searched for other sources of information. States like Florida, Oklahoma, and Arkansas have already taken the actions we're trying to take here to put in place these common sense checks. And again, it's all about protecting the Kansas taxpayer. They expect us to do our job. We only have 90 days to do this. And this is a common sense bill. I believe it will produce fruit and good results. And with that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and it reports Senate Bill 85 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 58. The chair recognizes the senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move adoption of the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Senate Bill 58 deals with multi-year flex accounts. Multi-year flex accounts apply to irrigation water rights, and this is going to be primarily a southwest Kansas or western Kansas issue, but it does apply to, of course, the whole state. Through the years, the Kansas Department of Agriculture has identified several shortcomings in statutes as it relates to administering or regulating multi-year flex accounts. So they ask for Senate Bill 58. A large portion of Senate Bill 58 simply makes changes that KDA said will greatly simplify the allocation calculations and decrease the amount of time needed to file and process multi-year flex account applications. And they say that it should reduce the processing time of an application from the current 30 to 60 days down to more like 1 to 3 days, which is a significant change and efficiency. The changes in 58 should also help conserve some groundwater that will not be pumped in particular years because irrigators will have greater flexibility to conserve water, not pump it from the ground, when the rain total is a little higher, and then therefore they can bank, is the word that I'm going to use, some water for usage in years when there is a lower rain total. Finally, the committee did amend the bill with a couple amendments that were noteworthy. The reporting date for when the chief engineer must provide a written report to the legislature was changed from the current statute of February the 1st to February 1st of every year to January the 15th of every 4 years, and this will coincide with the start of Senate terms. So the first report would be due in 2029, then every 4 years thereafter, right at the start of a new Senate term. That pretty much covers the meat of the bill, Madam Chairman. I'll be glad to stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Montgomery? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I move when the committee rise and report Senate Bill 58 favorable for passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
We will temporarily pass over Senate Bill 161 and turn our attention to Senate Bill 166. For the purpose of carrying the bill, the chair recognizes the senator from Cali, Senator Alley, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator, you may explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 66 would create the Fostering Competitive Career Opportunities Act, which would basically prohibit state employers from making hiring practices and decisions based solely on the applicant's lack of a post-secondary degree. This bill would not apply to positions for which a post-secondary degree is justifiably necessary. And then for the purposes of this bill, it would exclude employers in the legislative and judicial branches of government from the definition of state employer. And the position also would not apply to positions that are filled by political appointment. We also clarified that this new position, teachers in the education arena, would be excluded from this definition. So this bill would require state employers to determine the baseline requirements for the application for each job posting. These requirements could include prior and direct experience, specific certifications, specific courses of instruction, or post-secondary requirements, which the state employer demonstrates such degree is necessary. And they also would require test and training and apprenticeships or other forms of assessment that may show the applicant is competent for their position. Included in the bill, we have a direct experience consideration, meaning that direct experience, if you're in the military, you have experience in the field, you can use that experience in lieu of post-secondary degree. So there was one testimony for the bill, and there was no testimony opposing the bill. The Senate amended the bill to remove the provisions allowing the applicants to appeal hiring decisions to the Civil Service Board and require the corrective actions to be taken if the employer would be found to be in violation of the Act. The Department of Administration, the Office of Administrative Hearings, and the Board of Regents indicated that enactment of this bill would have basically no effect on the financial position. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Cali? The senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just real quickly, I'd rise in support of this bill because I am he. I'm the guy that worked his way through life without a college degree. Not that I didn't try, right? I started, I just flat ran out of money. Right? My parents didn't have anything, and so we went back and we started working. And I'm not alone. There's so many people out there that can be productive in life without that. Now, don't let this distract you. It doesn't devalue a college degree. 4 of my 6 children have college degrees. And I got one still just coming out of high school. We'll see what she does. So if you need the degree, it doesn't prohibit. If a degree is necessary, it doesn't prohibit that. This simply expands the pool of eligible applicants and allows for experience, which is really, I've also been an employer. And I can tell you, there are many times I would have taken the actual on-the-ground experience over the theoretical education because I needed the best person in that job. So I just quickly rise in support, and thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional questions, comments for the senator from Cali? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move when the committee rises and report.
Wait, Senator, I apologize. I pulled the trigger too quickly, or someone rose just a little slowly. But we shall recognize the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am wondering, I like the idea of this. I agree with the senator from Butler's ideas about it expands the workforce pool. It's, you know, in general, it's a very good idea. My only concern is who decides whether or not that a college degree is necessary. It's pretty, and I don't remember it being a very defined thing in the bill. It's a little vague. So I'm wondering if the carrier of the bill can answer that for me.
Senator from Cali.
Well, the state employers would determine the baseline. The requirements for the application, for the applicants, they would be defined by those that are doing the hiring. And if they consider work experience, military experience, job experience, in lieu of the post-secondary education, but it would be the one that would be doing the hiring would be the one that would identify the requirements.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So it would be a variety of people in a variety of settings with a variety of backgrounds and a variety of thoughts on the matter, so there wouldn't be a consistency, is that correct?
Senator from Cali.
The Senate committee also, during the bill debate, removed a provision allowing the applicants to appeal to hiring to the Civil Service Board. So we did consider who would make that application. We removed the one for the Civil Service Board and required the corrective actions. So they would not go to a Civil Service Board. It would be the employer that would be responsible for that.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Okay, I didn't get an answer for the second time, but that's okay. In general, I think it's a good idea. It just leaves question marks in my mind, and so we'll see how it goes. Thank you.
Last call. Any additional comments, questions for the senator from Cali? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises to report, it reports favorably, Senate Bill 166 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now direct our attention to Senate Bill 117. For the purpose of carrying the bill, the chair recognizes the senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We've heard this bill before. Senate Bill 117 would expand the property tax exemption for Strother Airfield located in Cali County and to include in the definition of the property the political subdivisions surrounding the Strother Airfield Commission. And this is regardless of the acquisition date. So the property subject to the exemption would include the property used for aviation purposes and to promote aviation commerce or provide revenue to operate Strother Field components and activities. Strother Field was a military air base in the World War II, and it was in 1991 there was legislation that gave that air base taxing authority. They do not have taxing authority, but gave them the entire air base to be used for aviation purposes. That's owned by both, Strother Field is owned by Arc City and Winfield combined. And this taxing authority by the county was challenged in Board of Tax Appeals for 4 years. Board of Tax Appeals ruled in favor of the cities, and so this legislation would clear that matter up and make it its own air base.
Questions for the senator from Cali? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, to report Senate Bill 117 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now direct our attention to Senate Bill 98 for the purpose of carrying the bill. The chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. 100 years ago next year, U.S. Highway 66 was completed. Mother Road was built from Chicago to Los Angeles. 13.2 miles of that runs through Cherokee County. What Senate Bill 98 does is it's a distinctive license plate bill, authorizes the establishment of a Route 66 license plate. It contains all the usual requirements that all of our distinctive license plate bills do. That's what it does. I was happy to stand for questions.
I was hoping you would sing the song, Senator, but you didn't, so we will go to questions. Any questions for the senator from Cherokee? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move when the committee rises and reports Senate Bill 98 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 18. For the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 18, the chair recognizes the senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move we adopt the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this bill would do is provide the opportunity for Hunter Nation license plates in Kansas. Hunter Nation is an organization that promotes conservation, safe hunting. It is, in fact, I'll just read from their mission statement. It's to be a united voice of the American hunter to protect our sport, lifestyle, heritage, and our traditional American values of God, country, family, and our nation's Constitution. It's originated in Kansas, and I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions of the senator from Lynn? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move that when the committee rises and reports Senate Bill 18 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now direct our attention. We will return to Senate Bill 161. For the purposes of carrying the bill, the chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 161 is a simple bill that says that if an agency is going to increase cost or eligibility for programs, it must have legislative approval before doing so. The bill was amended to address the concern that if the legislature is not in session, the timeliness of getting changes approved, and it was amended that the LCC would be in charge of that or have authority when the legislature is not in session. It was also amended to include concerns over a current IDD waiver process that is disrupting the IDD program, and those two amendments were added to the bill, and with that I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I do have a question for the gentlelady from Sedgwick, if she would stand.
She is standing. Go ahead.
Yes, can you please tell me what's the current process to change state programs like SNAP, TANF, or Medicaid?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I know it does not include legislative oversight, and this would only pertain to changes that increase costs, which is the authority of the legislature, or expand eligibility, which is, again, under the purview of the legislature.
Senator from Johnson.
And follow up, what knowledge and expertise does the LCC have to make decisions about the state Medicaid program or other assistance programs?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The legislature is charged with appropriating funds. So anytime the state is obligated to allocate funds, that is the expertise, that is the purview of the legislature, and unelected bureaucrats should not be able to allocate funds without legislative oversight.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you for that information. you know, if you really take a look at this bill, there's several concerns. One, there's really only one proponent. Guess who? Opportunity Solutions out of Florida. The other individuals are looking for something to address IDD issues. This bill is not the pathway for that. And I will add, a series of meetings has been set up for those impacted or concerned regarding the IDD situation. The problem here is this bill severely inhibits our ability to quickly respond to time-sensitive changes to complex programs. It's incredibly inefficient and adds layers of bureaucracy for even the simplest program changes. That red tape could result in thousands of Kansans being unable to get time-sensitive help. Additionally, this bill puts the federal share of funds for Kansas Medicaid programs at risk in its entirety. And I want to remind the body that federal share is an estimated $3.7 billion for fiscal year 2025. For all those reasons, I will be opposing this bill.
Additional questions, comments for the Senator from Sedgwick, Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment.
Has the amendment been turned in?
It has.
And the amendment number?
It's 1474.
We will pause momentarily while the amendment is distributed. The amendment is fairly lengthy. We will allow you to explain it unless you really want us to read the amendment. Senator from Wyandotte.
Yes, I would like the reader to read.
All right. Clerk will read the amendment.
Mr. President, I move to amend Senate Bill 161 as amended by the Senate Committee on page 1 following line 10 by inserting, quote, new section 1, Section A. Sections 1 through 11 and amendments thereto shall be known and may be cited as the Healthcare Access for Working Kansans, or HAWK Act. Section B. The legislature expressly consents to expand eligibility for receipt of benefits under the Kansas Program of Medical Assistance as required by KSA 39-709E2 and amendments thereto, and Section 12 and amendments thereto by the passage and enactment of the Act, subject to all requirements and limitations established in the Act. Section C, the Secretary of Health and Environment shall adopt rules and regulations as necessary to implement and administer the Act. Section D, as used in Sections 1 through 11 and amendments thereto, unless otherwise specified, 1, 138% of the federal poverty level, or words of like effect, includes a 5% income disregard permitted under the Federal Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act. 2, Act means the Healthcare Access for Working Kansans, or HAWK Act. New Section 2, A. The Secretary of Health and Environment shall submit to the United States Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services and any state planned amendment, waiver request, or other approval request necessary to implement the Act. At least 10 calendar days prior to submission of any such approval request to the United States Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services, the Secretary of Health and Environment shall submit such approval request application to the State Finance Council, Section B. For purposes of eligibility determinations under the Kansas Program of Medical Assistance on and after January 1st, 2026, medical assistance shall be granted to any adult under 65 years of age who is not pregnant and whose income meets the limitation established in subsection C as permitted under the provisions of 42 U.S.C. 1396A as it exists on the effective date of the Act, and subject to a 90% federal medical assistance percentage and all requirements and limitations established in the Act. C. The Secretary of Health and Environment shall submit to the United States Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services any approval request necessary to provide medical assistance eligibility to individuals described in Section B, whose modified adjusted gross income does not exceed 138% of the federal poverty level. New Section 3A. The Secretary of Health and Environment shall require each applicant for coverage under the Act to provide employment verification at the time of initial application or renewal application. Such verification shall be a prerequisite for coverage under the Act. B, employment verification means documentation demonstrating employment during the preceding 12 months that meets the eligibility requirements of the Act. Employment verification includes, but is not limited to, 1, federal Form W-2 wage and tax statement, 2, a pay stub demonstrating gross income, 3, employment records, 4, federal Form 1099 demonstrating payments for contract labor, 5, compliance with the requirements of KSA 39-709B and amendments thereto, and 6, any other
Is there
documentation
objection
is
to
determined by
suspending the reading of the amendment?
Yes, the reading may stop.
All right. Clerk will continue.
Thank you for reading.
So you're saying there is no objection to suspending the reading?
I said the reader could stop, yes,
Okay.
sir.
I apologize, I misheard.
Yeah.
So, all right, do you wish to explain your amendment? Senator
Yes.
from-
So I asked for the reader just to read for the beginning, at least the beginning of this amendment to SB 161, because I hope that the body is clear that this is Medicaid expansion, the HAWK Act. And it is not new, although unfortunately, we have not had the opportunity in 2025 to have a hearing or to discuss Medicaid expansion. We are one of only 10 states in the country that have not passed Medicaid expansion. All of our neighboring states have passed Medicaid expansion. And Medicaid expansion is not political. 65% of Kansan Republicans support it. 76% of Kansas independents, 96% of Kansas Democrats support expanding Medicaid. It's not urban versus rural. 85% of urban Kansans support Medicaid expansion, 79% of suburban Kansas support Medicaid expansion, and 73% of rural Kansans support Medicaid expansion. In fact, the supermajority of Kansas, 81%, believe that everyone in Kansas should be able to get affordable health insurance. And they don't believe that it should be controlled by any limiting measures. Most, and as this bill shows, that you would have to be working poor. 138% of the federal poverty level, which is $20,000 income for one and a $43,000 income for a family of four as of the federal poverty level for 2024. The benefits of Medicaid expansion are that it saves lives, it saves Kansans money, it stabilizes rural hospitals, it brings taxpayers' money back to Kansas, it removes barriers. And when I talk about taxpayers' money, you may already be aware that we have passed up on $8 billion, that's with a B, $billion coming into our state that could have been benefiting Kansas and the Kansas health welfare. So that's taxpayer dollars that have not come back to Kansas. It removes barriers to work, and it benefits the Kansas economy and nearly every industry in the state. I will stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Wyandotte, senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't think this is particularly germane to this, but I'm not going to challenge it because I think we have plenty of time today, because the accusation is we never have the discussion, so I think we should have the discussion. Because I agree that it's not partisan, but there's a whole host of reasons not to do it. I mean, it does. Look at the expanded states. You have 40. They've done it for 10 years. This isn't theory anymore. It is displacing disabled people and currently eligible. It is not saving rural hospitals. It is blowing the budgets out in these states. Those are nonpartisan reasons to cast a vote no. And I think in the end, we're going to be proven to have done the correct thing. You are putting able-bodied in front of the line against disabled people, those that currently qualify, the frail and elderly. And there's just a moral question for me there. It ain't about the money. And by the way, this line that somehow we got federal money that's not being returned, all we're doing is blowing up our $36 trillion deficit. It's not like Kansas is not getting its money back. Kansas is doing the right thing and putting the right people in the front of the line. And so I just encourage everybody, let's have the discussion, and at the end of the day, vote no.
Additional questions, comments on the amendment? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I certainly appreciate this amendment coming forth because I think it is time that we had it. So I don't know if the carrier of the amendment can address the concern that was expressed that this would put able-bodied individuals ahead of others who might have a disability. I've never been able to understand that argument.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you for the question, and that is wrong. It does not put, in this case, with our bill, the Hawk Act, and it would be working Kansans. It does not put them ahead. They are eligible under the requirements under the Hawk Act, but it does not put them above the disabled. It does not put them above the mentally or physically ill. It does not put them above children. In fact, children would be impacted by this as well. So that is not proven out to be true in other states. The reference was made to 40 states, none of which, and I will say that twice, none of which have pulled out of Medicaid expansion. They are all still under Medicaid expansion. In fact, I haven't seen anything that says that anybody is working towards that. So that hasn't proved to be true. In the last year, North Carolina and South Dakota are the most recent ones to pass Medicaid expansion. If we just look at our neighboring states, take a look at Missouri. They expanded in 21. They voted to pass Medicaid expansion through a ballot initiative, which we don't have initiative and referendum in Kansas, but they did that. The legislature kind of tried to block it, but legally, through legal challenge, it was implemented in October of 21. Their uninsured rate dropped significantly from 10% to 7.5% in 23 after expansion. And as of November, about 342,000 Missourians have enrolled in the coverage under the Medicaid expansion, not displaced anyone, enrolled. They received a signing bonus of approximately $968 million during the first 2 years of expansion through the American Rescue Plan Act. And that move offset the cost of the expansion in 2022. So not only have they expanded, they also have federal dollars with the signing bonus have paid for any state costs. Let's look at another state that borders us, Oklahoma. They expanded in 21 as well. They approved it in June of 2020 by a ballot initiative, and coverage took place as of June of 21. They have nearly 250,000 Oklahomans enrolled in Medicaid in the first 6 months of expansion. That's not displacing, that's new enrollees. Since enrollment began, 330,000 Oklahomans have been approved for coverage through Medicaid expansion. Oklahomans received about $500 million additional dollars for their signing bonus, funded in the first 2 years of expansion. Their uninsured rate dropped from 14.3% in 19 to 11.4% in 23 due to Medicaid expansion. So I could go on about our neighboring states because, as I said, every one of our neighboring states has expanded Medicaid. So we're an island alone in the middle of the country. We're not talking about 10 years ago. We are an island and alone now in the middle of the country for not using these federal dollars for the health care of Kansans.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I appreciate that very detailed response because my understanding is there's not a limit on how much health care is available unless we look at limits that have been placed on funding that's available. And this additional funding should create additional opportunities for healthcare workers and for individuals then in turn to obtain that health care. Thank you.
Senator from Butler, Senator Masterson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since it kind of that was somewhat of a question asked in one of my comments about participation or putting them in the front of the line, that's just simply math, because the limiting factor is docs that'll accept Medicaid. That is a relatively fixed universe, and you're now dumping tens of thousands of able-bodied people into that universe. It, by definition, displaces. And that displacement is in the sense of it makes it harder for the disabled and the currently eligible to get the appointments and get the. And so you are seeing in studies, you're getting for every study that showed a marginal increase in the able-bodied population, you showed a marginal decrease in the disabled population. So that's what I mean by putting them in front. It's how you define it. And this idea, and workforce participation drops in every Medicaid expanded state. We're trying to find jobs, trying people to fill the jobs. And it drops precipitously. And we can't really afford to have a able-bodied, by definition, workforce not participating in the market. And there are states trying to get out of it. This is such a massive program. It is kind of horse out of the barn, right? I mean, you got Idaho running a bill trying to get out of it. I think you got Indiana that's trying to figure out what they can do. They're $1 billion underwater. Wish they'd never touched it. Georgia, I think it's Georgia, that has changed their eligibilities down. You got 10 million people. They're trying to make so few people eligible to try to shut it down from the backside. I mean, just look around the country. This is not a hidden, this is not a secret. There are states in tremendous financial trouble already, and I have no idea why we would want to dive into that. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Wyandotte, wish to respond. Senator Petty.
Absolutely. So we control how this is set up. And the reference was made to Indiana. Other states have made decisions early on about how their program was set up. We aren't, that's what we control in Kansas. So again, those states are making changes in how they are running their Medicaid expansion, or how they're defining it, or they're asking for waivers under the program that they set up. We have the control of setting up our program, which is what this would do. And again, no state has moved away from Medicaid expansion. You can throw those bombs out there if you like, those scary bombs, and say they're going to, but they haven't. And we also are, unlike some other states, the HAWK Act is for working Kansans. I will agree that there is, there is a need for providers, but that is the beauty of Medicaid expansion. It will help all of our medical providers across the state of Kansas, and it will be beneficial to all parts of Kansas, to our hospitals and to our providers. So, one of the reasons, like, we don't have very many dental providers for children is because of our funding level. And the same thing is true when it comes to other medical resources. This would allow us those rates for us to make a decision, which we haven't, to raise those rates. But we have the data that shows that this benefits every county. I can look at Sedgwick County, for example, and it would create, it's estimated that we would create over 5,000 new jobs and bring in new healthcare spending of $160 million. I can look at my county of Wyandotte. Would create over 2,000 new jobs and bring in healthcare spending of over $70 million. So this is good for our Kansans. This would increase availability, and it would bring in those federal dollars that would help support those needs that would not only benefit those that are under Medicaid expansion, but those that are providing the medical services.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My experience with healthcare providers is if you're a patient that has been working with them, you continue to be a patient who's working with them. And I don't know of providers who say, oh, a new patient is someone we want to see rather than an existing patient. So at least during the time that it takes us to build up our workforce, I think those services would still be available. We have talked about Medicaid expansion for many years now here in the legislature, and I had a very interesting conversation maybe 2 or 3 years back with a lawyer who was representing individuals who had Social Security disability. And one of the challenges he said existed was if some of those individuals could not get a surgery they needed or health care, they would have to remain in that application for Social Security disability until it's granted. That could be several years. And then at that point, some of them did get the needed surgery or health care and were actually able to go back to work. So if that scenario could happen more quickly, I hope that would mean a few of our individuals who are receiving disability benefits or waited in line for those disability benefits would not have needed them and hopefully could have reduced that number. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a couple of comments. We just recently debated a bill that we said we wanted to enact, which I do not agree with, and I think it was a false narrative that was being spoken. But we were saying that we wanted Kansans to be healthier. Medicaid expansion would make Kansans healthier. Healthy Kansas, and I'm going to just specifically talk about our kids. Healthy Kansas kids and their families are critical to our state's future. Their health depends on regular, affordable access to quality care, and that includes those wellness visits, screenings, vaccinations, mental health resources, prescription medications, and dental checkups. While kids already do have access to CanCare program at a higher income level, those kids' parents do not. And CanCare expansion would directly impact the health of their parents and the kids and pregnant women in several ways. And just to talk about that impact to parents, kids rely on their parents staying healthy so that they can be cared for. But parents and healthcare concerns, lower incomes may struggle to afford and access that health care to address those concerns, including mental health. And while parents can qualify for Medicaid, the income threshold is so low that a parent working at minimum wage makes too much to qualify for Medicaid in Kansas. So if you're making $7.25 an hour, you do not qualify for Medicaid currently. These parents, they lack access to affordable health care options, so they're delaying their preventative care. Many times, they seek their care in emergency rooms, resulting in much higher health costs for all of us. Expanding Medicaid closes this gap, and it helps 11,849 parents having access to health care so that they can take care of their families. Talking about the impact on pregnant women and infants. Moms-to-be already do qualify for Medicaid coverage during and after their pregnancy for 1 full year at a much higher income level, and their baby is covered for that first year of life. However, those moms must have health insurance to access the health care long before the pregnancy begins. I know I worked really hard having those prenatal vitamins, all of those things. They don't have access to that, so they're starting behind. So All of these issues likely will not be addressed without the access to health insurance coverage that would impact their future pregnancy. Unaddressed, some of those medical issues have led to low birth weights, preterm births, birth and post-birth complications, mental health issues, and death. And these medical issues are disproportionately impacting our communities of color. Expanding CanCare would improve health care coverage for these women as they create and nurture their families. The health of women and babies supports the health of an entire state, and a state full of healthy families will ensure that our Kansas communities thrive for generations. So even though children are eligible for CanCare at a much higher income level than their parents, they still would benefit from Medicaid expansion. When other states have expanded Medicaid and the parents have access to coverage, research shows that parents are more likely to sign their kids up, which is reducing the number of uninsured kids. Researchers have connected data from other states that have expanded Medicaid to estimate Kansas would see a reduction of around 300 kids entering the foster care due to neglect. This is due to parents addressing their health care needs, including behavioral health, that has otherwise led to a child's interaction with a foster care system. So the bottom line, research shows that expanding Medicaid will improve the health and well-being of Kansas children, their families, improve pregnancy outcomes, and offer affordable health coverage to parents. So they no longer have to wait and choose between health care, housing, or food.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Government efficiency. It's been echoed in this building again and again. And in the name of efficiency, we should expand Medicaid. We have forfeited $6.6 billion of our funds. And additionally, we keep finding different paths to try to address the situation to avoid expansion. That cost us even more money. More property taxes go to cover hospital costs of uncovered individuals. In a 5-year period, Kansas saw a sizable increase in Medicaid expenditures, despite launching a Medicaid managed care program. Between that same 5-year period, total spending for privately insured residents increased at a faster rate than other states. And in that same period, employee premium contributions for family plans increased 77% in Kansas, compared to 26% and 25% in other states. But it gets down to this. The people approve of Medicaid expansion. The experts out there approve of it. We should listen to the experts and the citizens, the majority of which approve of Medicaid expansion. Thank you.
Seeing no additional comments, Senator, you may close on your amendment. Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. Well, I think we heard some very good comments here about the importance of Medicaid expansion, what it's done for other states, and what it can do for Kansas. One thing I would add is I mentioned about 2 of our neighboring states, Missouri and Oklahoma, and in the short period of time, the impact it's had there. Montana is also a state longer, they expanded in 2015, but it is showing a 6 to 9% labor force participation, increased participation among low income because they have health care. The senator from Johnson shared so many important points about families and children and how important quality health care is for them to grow and be productive. Under Medicaid expansion, a total of 151,000, almost 152,000 Kansans, including 106,000 adults, and 45,000 children are estimated that they would be newly enrolled in CanCare. If Medicaid were to be expanded in January of 2025, we'll say 2026, this includes a work requirement. So about 7 in 10 of the eligible Kansans, and in many states we've seen that those that take the most advantage of it at the first are lower age groups between the ages of 19 and 29. But this would impact Kansans between the ages of 19 and 64 who are working. It also would, if we look at thinking about the kind of money that would bring into our state, it would provide approximately $509 million in savings in Kansas over 2 years because of the bonus that would come in, which would more than pay for the cost to our state. Within the amendment that I've offered, we already have in place CanCare oversight, so that it would add that expansion to their duties, and there would be a report to the legislature on an annual basis of the impact. There also is included that every health maintenance organization that would be subject to this act, that they would be paying a 5.7% premiums, which they all have said that they agree would be a great way to help support Medicaid expansion. So we have danced around for 7 to 8 years around Medicaid expansion. We have generally, and I appreciate the President allowing this conversation to continue, because we've generally not allowed that to happen on the floor. It should happen, and we should be considering seriously if we really want to talk about efficiency and best use of dollars and how we can benefit our constituents by better health care and more expanded health care. And with that, I move my amendment and I ask for a roll call vote.
Seeing 5 hands, a roll call vote is in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every member taken the opportunity to vote? Senator from Saline?
Oh, hell no.
Senator from Sherman?
Aye.
Does any member wish to explain their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. 12 having voted in favor, 28 against, the amendment fails. We are back on the bill. Does any member wish to speak to Senate Bill 161? Seeing none, Senator from Sedgwick, you may close. Oh, I'm sorry. We do have someone standing over in the corner. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I probably belong in the corner. I just want to say a few quick remarks on Senate Bill 161. Like you, Mr. Chairman, and probably many in the Senate, for the last, I don't know, let's say a year, 6 months to a year, I've heard from countless Kansans in my district and across the state who are scared, frustrated, and alarmed by what KDADS and the administration is trying to do with people who are intellectually disabled, developmentally disabled. I've been in some of their rooms. I've met them at coffee shops. They're in tears. They're scared that the case manager that they've had for maybe 20 years for their child, for their sibling, is going to go away due to the proposed changes by the department. We have had public hearings in October asking for information to which no information could be provided by the federal government, or that they claim the federal government is asking them to make these changes. We've done core requests. Nothing has turned up. The department has claimed that they've had 50 meetings to discuss all the proposed changes for IDD population, yet not one of those meetings have had providers or family members or families who have people with IDD present. So Mr. President, or Mr. Chairman, when people ask me, what are you going to do about it? Senate Bill 161 is what we're going to do about it. I want to go back to my district and say I voted to stop the administration, the state government, the Department of Aging and Disability, from forcing you to lose that case manager, to stop going to those day services that give your child stability, your family. Mr. Chairman, I ask the Senate vote yes on Senate Bill 161 for our IDD population. Thank you.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just a comment. I, too, have heard from members of my intellectual disability programs, and they are concerned. But I was able to attend a meeting at the Kansas Health Foundation, and in some ways, our state departments are caught in a difficult situation because they are required to meet federal mandates. And the federal government they were providing information on had set some requirements and standards. So I think this is coming, my understanding, as it relates to the IDD population, is a problem that is a federal concern. I hope that we would make sure we understand that before we assume that Senate Bill 161 could fix it. Thank you.
Seeing no further questions or comments, Senator from Sedgwick, you may close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 161 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We shall now turn our attention to Senate Bill 87 for the purpose of carrying the bill and motion to adopt the committee report. The chair recognizes Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 87 is the tax credit for low-income scholarship program. This program has been around for 9 or 10 years now, and this bill expands eligibility for students. It adds students who've been in foster care or kinship care placement. It adds students of parents who are on active duty or have been killed in the line of duty. It also adds parents of our first responders, EMS firefighters, or law enforcement officers. It also requires the Kansas State Department of Education to provide verification of eligibility for students within 45 days of receiving a request for eligibility from the scholarship granting organizations. It raises the tax credit from 75% to 100%, includes a trigger that once 75% of the cap is reached, an additional 25% will be added, but not to exceed 20 million. The bill was amended in committee to raise the cap from 10 million to 15 million, and that is because they are already at 8.3 million in tax credits. With that, Mr. Chair, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Seeing none. Oh, I apologize, Senator. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have an amendment.
And I'm presuming it's been turned in?
It has
And the
1510.
number?
1510. I will say it for the third time. 1510. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Right. We shall pause for a moment while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Lynn, do you wish to have the amendment read or you wish to explain it?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, I'll just explain it. Currently, the bill is at 100% tax credit. This would just leave it as current statute at 75% tax credit.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Rarickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do believe that this is a friendly amendment. I think it's reasonable, and I would encourage the body to support it.
Additional questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator from Lynn, you may close on the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move on my amendment.
You have heard the motion to amend. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We are back on the bill. Additional questions for the senator from Sedgwick. Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have an amendment, and I've turned it in. It's 1504.
Thank you. We will pause for a moment while the amendment is distributed. Thank you. Senator from Johnson, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Thank you. I will explain it. So there's some concerns in committee we heard. So currently in law, a scholarship granting organization is required to disperse 90% of their funds within 36 months. And then if they have not, they are not allowed to take any other contributions until they have met that 90% threshold. Looking back over the last 10 years of reports that we get from the legislature, I think there is some discrepancy in the amount that has actually been awarded in scholarships. So what this amendment would do would be putting a legislative post-audit to look into this so that we actually know that those individuals are getting the scholarships that people have donated to establish.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't have a question, but I'm going to ask the body to reject this amendment for a couple of reasons. I would ask that the good senator, the minority leader, bring the suggested audit to the Legislative Post-Audit Committee. We have a process, and we will be voting on those in prioritizing them, and that's how the process works for legislative post-audit. When we put this in legislation, it puts a burden on the committee and the post-audit team in the sense that it mandates that this be the audit that is completed. I just don't, we would be superseding the process that exists, and I would ask that the body reject the amendment that the good senator brought.
Questions, comments on the proposed amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
While I do respect the Committee on Legislative Post-Audit, and I served on that committee for 4 years, I do know that we do have several legislative post-audits that are in statute because they are so important. A lot of those are or were with our school finance formula, and I think as we have continued to expand this program, changing who is eligible, we need to make sure that those dollars are going where they're supposed to. And again, the reports that we do have access to show that there are probably $1 million that have not been sent out to students. So, and I think honestly, if we're even reaching 85% of the funds distributed, I think that would be a very generous suggestion. So while I do respect legislative post-audit, I do think we need to get this in there, get it established, look at it over every 2 years for a little while, and then we can remove that, as we have removed several of our post-audits that were in statute.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps I'm just reiterating some of the comments from the senator from Johnson, but I am aware that we did eliminate some regular post audits. One of them was for the 911 council. And I think that this is an appropriate way to do that because it's asking for not just a single audit, which it would make sense to go to the post-audit committee for, but it's asking for some recurring information that I think would be helpful. We've continued to see changes made to this scholarship program, and so having this information would certainly help me and I think others understand how the program is working.
Additional questions, comments on the proposed amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too will be opposing this amendment. I believe the SGOs already do these reports every year. I think the Department of Revenue, I will take their word on how much of the money is used and filed, as we talked about in committee already. And I think I just don't feel the need for this language, and so I will certainly be opposing this. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, you wish to respond?
Yeah, so I appreciate those comments, and I think the senator from Johnson, his comments right now show the reason why we do need this report. So the Department of Revenue has nothing to do with the scholarships that are awarded to the students. They show the contributions that are donated to those SGOs, and then they look to decide whether or not that individual could get a tax credit on their taxes, and then they issue those. They don't see any of these scholarship dollars going to students. So we have several different mechanisms here that we should be looking at. So the money that's going to the SGOs, the tax credits that are given to people who make those donations, then we actually have tax credits that are actually used because these individuals have a tax liability. And then we have the other side of the coin, which is, are these dollars actually getting into the hands of students?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too oppose this. I think the idea has merit. However, sitting on Legislative Post-Audit Committee, we often wrestle with being hamstrung by mandates for these types of audits. And it limits our ability to audit other things that happen, and particularly when there are emergent situations. And if you have one of these other requirements on the book for an audit, we have a finite number of auditors. They have limited scope audits they can do. They have full audits. So this doesn't even talk about what type of audit it's going to be. It doesn't have the detail that we need to consider it in post-audit. So again, I would encourage the good senator from Johnson to bring that to the post-audit committee for consideration, which is the normal process. And if the committee votes that it has merit, then we will accept it. But to mandate that through this sort of bill, once again, places an additional burden on our post-audit staff and on the committee, because it does restrict the number of audits that we can do. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes, do you wish to respond?
I would like to reply. Again, I want to reiterate that this is not something new. We do this quite often, specifically with our education, our funding formula. We look at dollars for at-risk. We look at a variety of things. I think there were 5 different post-audits that were a part of our school funding formula that is set to expire. And it made us better legislators because we were able to look at that. So again, this is something that is done on a regular basis, and we are giving that authority to legislative post-audit. Thank you.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I do appreciate the senator from Johnson bringing this up. I have no problem. I think we need to be accountable for tax dollars. And so I appreciate the effort. What I would like to share is I have since committee learned of several reports that the scholarship granting organizations have to do. One of them I have in my hands. It's the Independent Accountant's Report on Applying Agreed Upon Procedures. It cites the statute, and it's from one scholarship granting organization, over 20 pages of individual students. Their names have been redacted, so I don't know their identifiable information. But this report includes the aggregate of all of those scholarships, how many students applied. It has the scholarship amount, the city, the state, the zip code. And KSDE has oversight of this program. All of this information is available. The legislature may not be getting it, but all of this is available. I can tell you that there were 3,954 students eligible for the scholarship. 2,390 were awarded those scholarships. We've used $8.3 million. All of this information is available. Maybe we need to look at having it in a way that's presented to the legislature, but to duplicate efforts through an LPA, I think, is duplicating effort. But I do appreciate the intent of this, and we'll be voting no.
Senator from Miami, Senator Shane.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the interest of not asking questions that I know the answer to, I'll just go straight to comments. I think it's important to note there's been some discussion around expenditures of funds and if that's meeting the statutory requirements of expending 90% of the funds. It's important to note that the requirement is that not less than 90% of contributions received pursuant to the program should be expended within 36 months. So it's not even in the subsequent year, it's in the subsequent 3 years. And so when the monies are donated, then they're expended in trailing fashion over the subsequent time period. And so that 90% benchmark that we're looking at applies to a donation, and if 90% is expended 3 years from the time that it's donated. And I do think that's an important distinction. I do think that it's good to provide fair criticism when appropriate, but I think in this instance it is not fair criticism of the program.
Seeing no additional questions or comments, Senator from Johnson, you may close on the amendment.
Thank you. The good senator from Miami is correct that it is 36 months. So actually in my calculating, I have looked back. So I just used donations from 2020 and then looking at scholarships that were awarded by the end of 2023. And just with those numbers, we are over $1 million that has not been expended and awarded in scholarships. So again, I don't understand why we don't want transparency. If this is actually about giving children choice, we should make sure that these organizations are not just pocketing the money, that they're actually distributing those dollars. It is in 36 months. And in committee, we had an SGO who talked about they wanted to hold those dollars. So if a kindergartner received a scholarship, by the time that they were a senior in a high school, they would have the money. I understand why they might want to do that, but it is against the law because they should be awarding those dollars within 36 months. Thank you. With that, I will close my amendment and I will ask for a roll call vote.
Been a request for a roll call vote. Seeing insufficient hands. Now seeing sufficient hands, a roll call vote is in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Lazy. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Gorson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Faust Goudreau. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
I remember having taken the opportunity to vote. Is there an explanation of vote? Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Based on the debate, my no vote is not a vote against transparency. It is a vote to respect the legislative post-audit process. Thank you.
Additional explanation of vote. Change of vote. I apologize. Explanation of vote, Senator from Johnson, Senator Thompson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I blend into the background over here. So with her permission, I would like to join the remarks of the Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson.
So ordered. Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Klemp.
I would also like to join the remarks of Senator Tyson.
So ordered. Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd also like to join the Senator from Lynn's remarks.
So ordered.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Change of vote. Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Nine having voted in favor and 31 against, the motion to amend fails. We are back on the bill. Questions for the Senator from Sedgwick. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will use my mic. I do have an amendment. It is 1487.
We will pause while the amendment is distributed.
And I will ask the reader to read.
The reader will read.
Mr. President, I move to amend Senate Bill 87 as amended by the Senate Committee on page 1, following line 10 by inserting, quote, new section 1, A. Each qualified school that participates in the program or has an eligible student enrolled in and attending such school shall, 1, administer the statewide assessments provided by the state board pursuant to KSA 72-5170 and amendments thereto to all students enrolled in the appropriate grades for each such assessment at such school, and 2, comply with the reporting requirements provided in KSA 72-5178 and amendments thereto. B, this section shall be a part of and supplemental to the Tax Credit for Low-Income Student Scholarships Program Act, end quote, and by renumbering the sections accordingly. Also, on page 1 in the title, in line 4, before increasing, by inserting, quote, required qualified schools to administer state assessments and comply with certain reporting requirements.
Senator from Wyandotte, you may explain your amendment.
Thank you. I think we heard just a moment ago with the last amendment that you could go to post to audit. This actually requires the assessments because after 10 years of implementation, no student impact data has been reported and no legislative audit has been conducted on the educational progress and outcomes of the students who applied for or received these scholarships. The private school tax credit scholarship program do not tell us about the Kansas assessment scores of the scholarship recipients. They do not report on the Kansas assessment scores of the private schools who receive these public taxpayer dollars. They do not tell us about scholarship students' retention rates, graduation rates, college enrollment rates, or college persistence rates, and they do not tell us how many scholarship students the private schools transitional back to a public school for their failure to help them, these at-risk youth. So it just seems reasonable that having this assessment score data for all of the schools that participate in this tax credit program should be required to do that.
Questions of the carrier of the amendment from Johnson, Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question for the carrier of the amendment. Are there any unaccredited schools that are eligible to participate in the tax credit in this program?
Senator from Wyandotte.
I believe there are.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. No, you have to be an accredited school in order to get the funding for this. By definition, accredited schools have to abide by all the accreditation requirements that a public school does. Taking the state assessment, reporting, all of the results of those are on KSDE's website, just like any public school. So this amendment is not necessary. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Wyandotte, do you wish to respond?
Thank you. And within the legislation, it says they have to be accredited or working in good faith towards accreditation. However, within this legislation, there is no requirement for that reporting.
Additional questions or comments? Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Is working toward accreditation different than the standard that KSDE has for public schools?
Senator from Wyandotte.
That is a good question, and I would say that this amendment guarantees that these schools are actually reporting the same information.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. They are. They already are. KSDE accredits them by the same process public schools go to. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional questions or comments on the amendment?
The accredited private school
Senator from
association.
Wyandotte, you are recognized.
The accredited private school association out of state aren't subject to our state accreditation requirements.
Seeing no additional questions or comments, Senator from Wyandotte, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you. You know, this tax scholarship credit now allows the private non-public school system to skip over at-risk public school students who may not be ready for kindergarten, to skip over the students with severe learning and behavioral challenges, to skip over the students whose current skills and knowledge level are at level 1 on the Kansas assessments. So these proposed changes really run contrary to what the original rationale that was used 10 years ago for those who advocated to establish this program in the first place, to provide an option for at-risk students enrolled in the public school, particularly families living in communities with high rates of poverty. In fact, originally it was the 100th lowest performing schools. This is no longer a program about students, but it's subsidizing the private school system. And 67 of our counties in Kansas have no private schools. You know, the Kansas Legislature has yet to provide public schools with waiting for 37,000 students eligible for reduced price lunch. That's at 185% poverty. This is up to 250% of poverty. And if new taxpayers' dollars are going to be allocated, let's remain focused on adequate and equitable resources for the public neighborhood schools in which these students live and attend. Also, this legislation expands to high school. And there are only 16 accredited public high schools in the entire state. You might think about if any of them are in your legislative district. I would just say that we have plenty of proof that we're choosing not to have that information provided on an annual basis about the assessment tests. And we are not asking for performance, but yet we're expanding it to where now, where it came from, it's such a bad title for it now of the low-income tax credit scholarship, because it no longer is. So if you have looked at the bill, you know that it adds categories, one being anybody that's in public in a firefighter, a police officer, or an EMT. However, I don't know what their salaries could be. They're up to $125,000 across the state. There's a range from 60 up to 125,000, and then their wife or their husband could be a doctor or a lawyer. So now, who are we really helping low income? We are supporting a private industry. That's our private schools in the state of Kansas, at the expense of our public schools, which we have a constitutional responsibility to do. So I hope you will keep that in mind as you think about those schools and the over 90% of this children in the state of Kansas who go to our public schools and deserve to have the best education possible.
So do you wish to move your amendment?
It's a good idea. I will move my amendment.
You have heard the motion to amend Senate Bill 87. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion appears to fail. Motion does fail. The chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify.
Progress.
Rise and report progress.
Point of order.
Point of order. State your point.
I just wanted to inquire, we just finished the amendment. Is the plan then to come back to this bill, or just want to get a little clarity on where we are and what the plan is?
The answer is yes. do plan to pick up right where we left off. You've heard the motion to rise and report progress. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
All right, so point of clarity on that note, since this is the first time we've done it, rising and reporting progress means we stop right there because we have some other business to take care of. When we return to the committee of the whole, we will return to Senate Bill 87 with Senator Erickson carrying the bill and standing for questions. All right, message from the governor. Clerk will read.
Regarding Senate Bill 63, right now, the legislature should be focused on ways to help Kansans cope with rising prices. That is the most important issue for Kansans. That is where my focus is. Infringing on parental rights is not appropriate, nor is it a Kansas value. As I've said before, it is not the job of politicians to stand between a parent and a child who needs medical care of any kind. This legislation will also drive families, businesses, and healthcare workers out of our state, stifling our economy and exacerbating our workforce shortage issue. It is disappointing that the legislature continues to push for government interference in Kansas' private medical decisions instead of focusing on issues that improve all Kansans' lives. Therefore, under Article 2, Section 14A of the Constitution, I hereby veto Senate Bill 63. From the Governor's Office, by the Governor, Laura Kelly, dated 2/11/2025.
Chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is the Help Not Harm bill. For 3 years, we've debated and discussed this very concerning issue at length. This year, we voted 32-8 to protect these vulnerable children who have distress that they think could be related to their sex, to protect them from being given dangerous and chemical interventions, surgeries, putting them on a conveyor belt to being a lifelong patient. Each year, we've received more data showing harm in other countries that have taken action. To my colleagues, I urge you to vote yes again to protect these children. The veto message of the governor having been read, I move Senate Bill 63 be passed notwithstanding the governor's veto.
You have heard the motion. Are there questions? Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to ask about, I believe there was some testimony in regard to how gender-affirming care destroys God's most basic plans. Would the carrier please outline for me what that was in regard to?
Senator Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I don't recall that statement. I reserve any comments to my close.
Senator Johnson, Senator Holscher.
I do recall at least one of the proponents of the bill, potentially others, did cite that gender-affirming care is, quote, a means of destroying God's most basic plans. Yet, I would contend that millions of people destroy those plans daily. Individuals who wear glasses or contacts destroy God's plan to be vision impaired. Individuals who color their hair or get treatment for baldness destroy God's plans to be, let's say, follically challenged. Males who use forms of erectile dysfunction treatment are destroying God's plans for them to not be sexually active. I received an email from David Fisher, whose grandfather, Attorney Hugh Fisher, was a Republican senator in this very chamber. David posed the question of if his grandfather would support this bill. He indicated he is confident he would feel that any law should not discriminate against any child, and that while his grandfather would feel people must respect the law, he would want laws to respect all people. It strikes me that many who support this bill may not be familiar with gender-affirming care or treatment needed by individuals with gender dysphoria. So I do have one final question in regard to this bill. Would the carrier tell me if she has heard of the condition of cleft palate?
Senator Johnson, Senator Gossage.
We all have, sir.
Senator Johnson, Senator Holscher.
I will mention that sometimes it's hard to understand, but sometimes in the beautiful process of creating new life, things don't go as planned. In fact, 1 in every 33 babies is born with something that occurs a little differently. Such a situation is cleft palate, where a child is born with an opening of the upper lip that may extend into the nose and top of the mouth. It occurs when the tissue doesn't close fully during development in the womb. Left untreated, children with this condition can face certain challenges, including difficulty feeding, dental problems, difficulties with speech. It strikes me in those cases, we would never tell the parents of an affected child that they couldn't seek treatment for this condition. Yet here we are as a body looking to prohibit care that is approved by every major medical association, including the AMA, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the American Academy of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. Ultimately, though, this bill does nothing to address the concerns of Kansans. Our constituents want us to make life more affordable for them. This bill does nothing in that regard. It doesn't make childcare more affordable. It doesn't make wages better. It doesn't lower property taxes or make healthcare more affordable. This bill just divides and distracts. I'll be voting no.
Further questions for the carrier? Senator Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do a lot of things in this chamber trying to protect people, and sometimes I think we hit the mark and sometimes we don't. I actually have been in conversation with a pediatric endocrinologist who works in gender-affirming care. And I know the person carrying the bill and pushing this override has talked about these individuals are changing their gender like they change their nail polish, which is absurd and wrong. So just want to share actually what happens in a clinic. So to enter our clinic, you must have a diagnosis of gender dysphoria by a licensed mental health provider. Our referral form asks detailed questions regarding the length of time in therapy, if any comorbid mental health diagnoses are present, are they being adequately addressed and treated, if the patient is mentally capable of understanding and giving assent to medical treatment, and if the mental health provider feels the patient is ready for medication. Initial visits include a multidisciplinary team of endocrinology, clinical psychology, adolescent medicine, and chaplaincy. Social work is also available for any needs that arise on the intake form and through meeting with the rest of the team members. An intake form, one for the parents and a separate for the patients, is done and asks about how long the patient had had gender dysphoria. It talks about their school situation, suicide screenings, history of abuse, both physical and sexual, and a host of other things that could affect the gender identity. The clinical psychologist meets first with the patient, followed by the additional team members. Initial visits typically last 4 hours. At the end, all the team members seeing the patient, they decide as a team the appropriate next step for the patient. They use the Endocrine Society guidelines for gender-affirming care to help guide decisions on medical treatment, as they are somewhat more conservative than the most recent WPATH. In addition, there's a separate form that we use to help determine what the patient is interested in, if at all, regarding physical changes. If the patient meets eligibility requirements in the screening form, in the conversation during the clinic indicates that they want physical changes, we will offer medication to the patient if their family is supportive and wants to hear about medical options. If the patient wants medication, but the family does not, they will not receive medication. Coercion or guilt tactics are never used. In fact, we avoid the word recommend when we discuss medication and instead talk about eligibility. If we proceed with medication, all known risks and side effects are discussed in a written consent form outlining these as signed by the patient and their parents and scanned into the medical record with a copy given to the family. So there is a lot of process in this. The median time for realization for gender dysphoria for presentation is 4 years for the patients and their parents that they have known about this. And then they go through this rigid program and talking to different providers to make sure that this is not an overnight decision. So I will be opposing this, and I think we are doing more harm. You see in states that have passed these bills, you have a higher risk of suicide, and I want all Kansans who may have gender dysphoria to know that they have a place in this state, and diversity is what makes us better. Thank you.
Further questions for the Senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator from Johnson, you may make closing remarks before we vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just add that cleft palate is not a mental disorder. It's a medical condition. A child does not think they have cleft palate, they do. Also, what we've heard about the process through licensed providers, we actually heard from testimony from someone who worked in one of these clinics, and they discovered that, just like we heard testimony from an endocrinologist pediatrician, that they started by saying, you need 2 mental health providers who said you need to come to our clinic. Then they said 1. Then they discovered people were coming like, I couldn't find anyone. They're like, well, we have our own mental health provider right here on clinic, and you can just go to them. They will automatically give you a pass to be able to come and see us. We heard about lots of coercion from parents. And we also heard testimony that there was no proof of higher risk of suicide in other countries who did not allow this so-called gender-affirming care. With that, Mr. Chair, I close.
The motion has been made, and we're now ready for final action. Since this is our first veto override, just to be clear, a vote in the affirmative, aye, overrides the governor's veto, and a vote in the negative sustains that veto. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Call has been requested. This is final action, requires 10 hands. 10 hands, 10 hands are requested. Call is in order. Clerks will close the doors. Or sergeants will close the doors. Clerk will call the roll. Corey corrected me. 10 hands is called the question. 5 hands is called the House. So you guys overdid it.
Fascudo.
Mr. President, I vote no, and I want to explain my pass, originally changing my pass to no. Mr. President, I was out in the back chatting with another senator, and I wanted to check my notes first. And so we do that a lot. We will pass so that we have all the information before we vote, because I don't try to pull shenanigans. And so, anyway, Mr. President, I don't know why I'm always singled out, because I'm short and beautiful, I guess. But, you know, I'm not trying to make any trouble, so whoever raised the hand, my hand's up too. I changed my pass to no. Thank you, Mr. President. You can open the doors, because I'm actually hot right now. Thank you.
Haley.
Because we're black.
Mr. President, could I ask, what is the count, please?
Currently 31 in favor, 8 opposed.
Thank you, Mr. President. And how many is necessary? Just a point of information.
Supermajority, 27.
So is it safe to say that at 31, the body has reached the supermajority necessary to override?
That is safe to say.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. President. Say a couple things about my passing and this, and there's a new rule around here, Mr. President, that people are not able to pass as a matter of conscience, and it's intriguing that so many find that something that they'd like to do, have fun with it, you know, and been around here a long time, Mr. President. I've been here, as you know, longer than anybody, 30 years, and it's always something new, so welcome to the newcomers who feel like someone who has not only a matter of conscience or dictate or conflict cannot pass on a particular measure, as I have on this one. Enjoy this. You know, I say this to the new ones, Mr. President, to you, Mr. President, on behalf of to the new ones. So I voted for the underlying bill. Certainly I've heard a very vocal part of my constituency that felt the common sense and the obvious choice for children making decisions at this early stage when we protect children, and we should continue to protect children, that we would not allow such life-changing, irrevocably many times, with the concerns that they have. And it's not something I would have polled at all, Mr. President. I just happened to be running for office. I had a very vigorous campaign last summer. And what really came up was not this issue of gender-affirming care or gender dysmorphia, but this came out of the sports, trans sports. Well, I want to ask about that. I see you either giving me the peace sign or...
I'm trying to tell you it's 2 minutes. You're on explanation of vote. I was trying to be kind instead of call you down.
Well, but you know, we're shifting all these rules around, so if a man, a woman, or...
Senator, that's been the rule for my entire term, and I'm sure yours as well, in the Senate.
Well, but Mr. President, also that a pass, we haven't had, this is kind of unique because I don't remember the disrespect not afforded for someone who has such the discourse as to why they've reached.
Senator, it is not uncommon for this body to call itself to closure a pass.
I don't remember that, Mr. I remember that I have not seen
In fact, it's
this year.
quite common. It's happened every session I've been here.
Only where, if Mr. President, there was that vote would make a particular difference. And at this point,
I would disagree with you on that. And at this point, I'm going to ask you to cast your vote.
Well, in closing, Mr. President, because, and by the way, I'd ask that my remarks be spread on the journal since I'm being cut off from explaining where I am. With
Senator, it is not a cutoff. You had 2 minutes. The 2 minutes have expired. This is not unusual. You will cast your vote or you will shut your mic off. Aye or nay? Cast your vote.
Mr. President, if I'm unable to explain why my vote is one way or the other.
You have well expired that time.
Well, Mr. President, with your indulgence, if you might allow me one additional minute, because I was explaining how I did on the original, I would appreciate the indulgence if you might.
I'll allow you one additional minute.
Thank you for your indulgence. So, Mr. President and members, my district, coming out of the vote for sports, explained that should there be this issue, that it would arise, that by and large they felt that it was common sense. I do have some other examples of those who have sent it since the vote a few weeks ago for different reasons, that they feel it's a departure from my party to have supported this ban. But finally, in closing, I could have more to say on it, and I will if some of you will see me individually, or you will, Mr. President. I have genuine respect for the governor. She has the big picture. I've served under 7, 8 governors, and her big picture goes beyond the actual common sense of this measure. And the respect I hold for Governor Kelly to look at the bigger picture and what this impact would have causes me beyond the past to
Your minute has expired, and you agreed to that term. What is your vote?
Because of my respect for the governor and her ability, I vote no.
Any other explanations of vote? Changes of vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll. And the call, close the roll, tally the vote, and the call's lifted.
Next thing you should say is, we should invest in a timer because who can calculate? But I'm just saying, who can calculate 2 minutes in their head standing there? Usually there's some timers, and I'm not like 1 second, 2 seconds. Oh Lord, help me. You better than me.
On a vote of 31 in favor and 9 opposed to the override on Senate Bill 63, this measure having received the supermajority is hereby declared, notwithstanding the governor's veto, is hereby declared passed. For an announcement, Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Commerce will meet right now in room 159 to take up actions we had yesterday left over. Thank you, Mr.
Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Mr. President. It was actually on the last vote, I was just standing to make a point. The rules and decorum of this institution are so important. We need to respect the rules. And I sit over here and we try to generally hope everyone follows the rules. Sometimes we have leeway to ensure everyone's, going down the road with the right path together. And one of the explanations of vote we just heard was 3 minutes and 50 seconds prior to them sitting down and you giving another minute extension. So I'm just asking that the Senate follow the rules. Let's respect the process and respect this institution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for that. We will now return to general orders, but just on a point of announcement for the Commerce Committee that is going down, if we have any votes on amendments or process, we will pause for you guys to return to the floor to cast that vote. With that, we will return to general orders with Senator Erickson carrying the vote and with Senator Peck in the chair.
All right, colleagues, we will pick up where we left off prior to the motion to rise and report progress. And we are on Senate Bill 87 with Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson carrying the measure. Are there questions on the bill? The chair recognizes the Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So my previous amendment was to put a legislative post-audit, and that was not the bill of that was not the will of this body. So I have an amendment, and I've turned it in, and it's 1491.
We will pause while the amendment is distributed. Thank you. Senator, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I will explain it. So this is actually still asking for that same information, trying to find transparency, but not putting it through a legislative post audit. It's just requiring that those organizations get that information to the Department of Education, and then we would receive that as legislators. And with that, I will be happy to stand for questions.
Are there questions of the senator from Johnson on the amendment? Senator from Sedgwick. That would be you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, I have a question. Is this the same amendment that was brought during committee?
Senator from Johnson.
Yes, it is.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The committee chose to vote this amendment down not because we do not want transparency, but because we do know that this information is available. It is being reported. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Additional questions of the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, Senator from Johnson, you may move your amendment or close on your amendment.
Thank you. I would disagree that we are getting this information, or we would have accurate information showing that 90% of the funds that are contributed to these SGOs are actually being distributed in scholarships to these children, and I do not think that is the case. I have gone down a rabbit hole, so with that, I move my amendment.
You have heard the motion to amend. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion appears to fail.
I would ask for a roll call. I probably don't have 5 minutes.
Roll call has been requested, seeing 6 hands. We will go ahead with the roll call, but we will, of course, need to pause to get the Commerce Committee up here to allow the opportunity for members to vote.
Mr. Chair, just a point of order.
State your point.
Thank you. Had the chair already called the results of the vote before the roll call was requested?
I am I'm being told that the chair did actually announce, but until we have, by rule, until we have recognized the next person, a roll call can be asked for. So to answer your point of order, we are allowing for a roll call vote on this amendment.
So going forward, we are in order if the vote decision has been announced and then a roll call vote has been requested, that will be in order so long as another senator hasn't been recognized or moved on to we haven't in the chair moved on to the next business.
That is going to be a little bit loosely interpreted by each chair. Earlier, I had announced and was moving on, had not moved on, but because of the time delay, I did not allow earlier. On this occasion, I believe the timing was much shorter, but it will be up to the discretion of the chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for clarifying. It's a call judgment of the chair. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Sure. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Lazy. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Celine.
All them.
Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo.
Pass I.
Senator, could you restate your vote? You had said pass aye. Which is it? Senator
Mr.
Sedgwick.
Chairman, I'm sorry, I was trying to be sarcastic. I.
Thank you.
Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
The Commerce Committee is returning to the chambers. We'll wait just a moment. But in the meantime, we'll go ahead and take votes of those who are here. Senator from Harvey? No, you're not from Harvey. Barton, sorry, apologize, but that's Senator Blue. Senator from Leavenworth. Senator from Potawatomi. Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse. Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich. Senator from Harvey, Senator Owens. Senator from Cali, Senator Alley. Senator from Reno, Senator Murphy. Senator from Meade, Senator Reichman. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware. Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. As every member having had and taken the opportunity to vote, is there explanation of vote? Seeing none, is there changes of vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. 9 having voted in favor, 31 against, the motion to amend fails. We are back on the bill. Are there questions for the senator from Sedgwick? Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. I have a question. How many future recipients of the low-income scholarship will be required to meet the same low-income threshold that triggers at-risk public funding?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could you repeat that one more time? My apologies.
Senator from Johnson.
How many future recipients of this low-income scholarship will be required to meet the same low-income threshold that triggers at-risk school funding for our public schools?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't predict how many in the future may or may not meet that.
Senator from Johnson.
I think the correct answer is 0 because the public school weighting threshold for poverty is 130%. And this bill is expanding that to 250% of poverty. And actually, I think it's interesting because 250% is already above the Kansas median income. So with that, I have an amendment, and I've read it in. It's 1511.
We will pause for a moment while the amendment is distributed. Senator from Johnson, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
I will be happy to explain it. This amendment is just removing the word low income from the title and from the scholarship and the reference to it throughout the bill. And I think it's important because, as I stated, and I think the senator from Wyandotte, it's been quite a while ago since she had her comments, but was talking about, that income cap of 250% doesn't apply to the new categories, but then as I have stated, that 250% is already above the Kansas median income. So I think it is inaccurate to call this a low-income tax scholarship, and I would be happy to answer questions.
Questions on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may, Senator from Wyandotte, where you wish to make a comment or question?
I'll just make a comment. I'm not sure I shared this earlier, but I think it is important, especially as we're looking at this, because it very much is no longer a low-income tax credit. Besides the 250% of federal poverty level, there are 3 more categories that have been added in the bill that have no income cap on them at all. And when this program, I want to make sure I say this correctly. When eligibility was expanded last year beyond students participating in the free and reduced price lunch program to those living in 250% of the poverty level, which was expanded last year, program now adds 3 new categories. The program participation jumped from 1,100 to 2,300 in 1 year after the 250% of federal poverty level was raised. So I don't think it takes that much for us to see that it no longer is being targeted at students that are free and reduced price lunches. That program doubled, more than doubled in 1 year because of the 250%. So we can expect that those new categories that have been added will have a similar impact, but it will not be for children that are free and reduced lunch. Thank you.
Additional questions or comments? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If we want to reflect the accuracy of what this scholarship is, the vast majority is for low-income students and for heroes. But if you take out the low income, I'd be great with adding low income and heroes scholarship. But if you take out that low income, it implies that it's open to anyone, and it is not. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Seeing no additional questions or comments, Senator from Johnson, you may close on your amendment.
Thank you. I think when people apply for this program, the guidelines are very clear. If you go to the SGOs of what are the requirements, but it is no longer a low-income tax scholarship. So with that, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion to amend. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Motion appears to fail. Motion does fail. We are back on the bill. Are there additional questions of the Senator from Sedgwick on Senate Bill 87? Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You know, there's a couple important points that need to be considered on this bill. With a 100% tax credit, it can no longer be asserted that these aren't public dollars. And when put to a vote of the people, voucher programs like this one fail overwhelmingly. Kentucky, Nebraska, Colorado all recently had ballot initiatives that were soundly defeated. And I have to say, the number of emails and calls I've received on this topic, on this bill, have been astounding in terms of opposition. This bill hands over public dollars without oversight. And in these times when we keep talking about concern for fraud, it must be mentioned that these programs are ripe with fraud in other states. We've seen recipients purchase big screen TVs, gaming consoles, electric fireplaces, and trips to amusement parks. But there's something else there. I have to mention, as a person raised on a farm near a very small community, I'm extremely sensitive to the needs of rural areas where our public schools are the lifeline of our communities. I would ask the gentle senator from Sedgwick County, the carrier of the bill, would she please remind me how many counties have private schools?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would be happy to address that. But first, I want to make a couple of corrections. I think that the good senator is conflating tax credits and ESAs and vouchers, which this is a tax credit. I don't believe that she can point to any fraud that's happening with a tax credit because the scholarship granting organizations give that money versus perhaps an ESA. But I don't know why you would be opposed to this if there's not a private school in a rural area. So I do not know the number that do not have a private school, but I have seen data that there is private schools within, I believe, 20 miles of almost every rural community. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you for that information. Out of 105 counties, over 60 do not have private schools. So if you're west of Topeka, your access to being able to use a voucher is heavily, heavily minimized. In essence, rural areas wouldn't be able to enjoy the so-called benefits from vouchers. So we got to dig a little deeper, though. What will this do to those rural areas? In essence, it further widens the equity gap between the rural and urban parts of the state. Consider close to 80% of voucher recipients, similar to programs like this, already send their kids to private schools. If you're looking at where the private schools are located, for instance, in Johnson County, we have close to 10,000 students that attend private schools. Are we ready to shift that money from rural areas and those communities to Johnson County? Because that's the point. If you're living in an area west of Topeka and a part of the state already dealing with a lack of accessibility to healthcare, childcare deserts, and a lack of good jobs, voucher implementation will only work to siphon funds away from your public schools and communities. I'll end with this. Even Betsy DeVos, a major voucher supporter, indicated, quote, "These voucher programs were not very well conceived." Simply put, this bill is bad for our public schools and it's bad for our communities. I'll be voting no.
Seeing no additional question, there is Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to address the comments we heard from the Senator from, my apologies, Johnson. I think I do qualify as west of Wichita, residing in Finney County. My district abuts the Colorado border, in fact. I spoke with our scholarship granting organization out of Dodge City, the Catholic Diocese of Dodge City, and Ms. Trina Delgado, and the large increase that we experienced in use of this tax credit, not voucher, was due to their efforts and marketing to our Catholic faith community. And we stepped up, and we were able to access, in this one SGO alone, $600,000 of tax credits. And Ms. Delgado assured me that most of this enabled low-income, largely Hispanic students to access our 2 Catholic schools in Finney County. So I am very supportive of this. I would also ask my side of the aisle to consider supporting this. I know a lot of my colleagues do support the so-called voucher system, but I think using one's own money by buying tax credits shows that you are willing to walk the walk. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question for the person carrying the bill. What is the estimated cost over the next 10 years for SB 87?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Currently, there is a $15 million cap on the bill. Only if they reach 75% of that cap, then it will be increased by 25% over the next year, but it cannot exceed $20 million.
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I noted earlier that the senator from Sedgwick suggested, I think probably rhetorically, that the title of the bill could include something about heroes. I'm sure many of us in this body have been reading headlines and talking to our constituents about how recent developments at the federal level are actually crippling significant parts of the Kansas economy. A lot of farmers, and knowing that probably the worst is yet to come. You know, for example, understanding that they are probably going to be targeting crop subsidies. I'm just wondering if the senator from Sedgwick would be prepared to support a similar amendment exempting contributions, supplying a tax credit for 2 organizations that are working to support the farmers in Kansas that are being absolutely obliterated and being put at the increased risk of suicide because of what's happening at the federal level. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
That question is not generally in order unless the senator from Sedgwick wishes to answer. She does not. Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion to strike the enacting clause on SB 87 and have a roll call vote.
This is a debatable motion. No, by default, it is a roll call vote. Each member can speak twice to the bill, and we will be keeping record of who speaks. So once they have spoken twice, they would not be recognized again. So there is the motion to strike the enacting clause in Senate Bill 87. And so questions on the motion, I will recognize the Senator Sherman first.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question is
Does the senator farm? The senator that introduced the motion,
You have a question for the senator?
is he a farmer?
Senator from Shawnee.
Mr. Chair, my dad was a co-owner of Schmidt and Sons Custom Harvesting out of Newton, Kansas. He was born in 1942. His dad, I think, was born about 20 years before him. And really from about the time he was 12 until the dislocation we saw in the economy in the 80s, he custom harvested from Texas all the way to Canada. When interest rates shot up in the 80s, he drove those combines in. And I'm introducing this amendment and recognizing the challenges that we're having in the state right now, because when I was growing up, my parents told me this story. They took me to South Dakota to meet the farmers that my dad harvested for decades. And I'm concerned that, unfortunately, we're not paying attention to the most important issues in this body, and I'm doing my best to carry on the legacy from my father and also pay attention, I think, to the farmers that are suffering right now or are going to continue to suffer. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
A brief explanation. Should this motion be adopted, the bill will still be debated, and then when we close on the bill, if the bill does pass, because it has no enacting clause, the bill is never to be enacted, basically being dead. Senator from Sherman.
I didn't quite get the answer. Is it a yes or a no?
Senator from Shawnee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do not.
Okay, well.
Senator from Sherman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize. So I don't know which farmers he's talking to or whatever, but I live in farm country. I have 14 counties that are agriculture counties, and I sure haven't heard what he's heard. So thank you.
Additional questions or comments on the motion? Seeing none. Chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee to close on the motion.
No further comments, Mr. Chair. Just requesting a roll call vote on the motion.
By default, it's an automatic roll call vote, so there's no need for a call of a roll call vote. Are you finished with your closing statement?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
All right. So a yes vote strikes the enacting clause. A no vote leaves the bill as is. And this will be a roll call vote. We will go through the roll, but we, of course, will pause and allow the Commerce Committee to get back to the Senate chambers. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Lazy. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fagg. Fauscudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes, Sykes, Thomas, Thompson, Titus, Tyson, Ware, Warren.
While we're waiting on the Commerce Committee to arrive, does any member wish to explain their vote? Does any member in the chamber wish to change their vote, currently in the chamber? We will pause and wait for the Commerce Committee to arrive. They are on their way. To make this easier for the clerks, we're going to go semi in alphabetical order. Senator from Cali, Senator Alley. Your vote? No. Senator from Barton, Senator Blue. Senator from Johnson, Senator Corson. Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich. Senator from Leavenworth, Senator Klemp. Senator from Shawnee, Senator Cluse. Senator from Harvey, Senator Owens. Senator from Meade, Senator Reichman. Senator from from Potawatomi, Senator Titus. Senator from Lynn, Senator Tyson. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Ware. Every member having had the opportunity to vote, does any member wish to explain their vote? Does any member wish to change their vote? Seeing none, the clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Nine having voted in favor, 31 against, the motion to strike the enacting clause fails. We are back on the bill. Senate Bill 87. Additional questions of the senator from Sedgwick. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
And thank you. And I have a question for the senator from Sedgwick.
Go ahead.
I just want to verify if this is correct. So now, as Senate Bill, with the amendments that were, or with everything that's in Senate Bill 87, so that 250% of poverty level, which now refers to a family of four having an income of $94,000, so not poverty, but that's still in the title. That 250% of poverty, does that apply to the new additions, the new categories that have been added to the bill on page 2?
Senator, please address the chair. Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The 250% is current law. That has not been changed, but it does not apply to the new categories that have been added.
Senator from Wyandotte.
So, it doesn't, so then that means that foster children, children of members of the military, the EMS, firefighters, and law enforcement officers, so there's no income level restrictions in those categories. Would that be correct?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is correct.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you for that. And the other thing that I wanted to ask is, in the bill now, does it eliminate the requirement that the student had to be previously enrolled in a public school?
Senator from Sedgwick.
I'm getting clarification from the reviser. I know that it kept the residency requirement, the eligibility requirements, but I'm going to make sure. Mr. Chair, it applies to the 250% eligible students, but not the new categories of students.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. So that now even adds some more layers to this bill. So if I'm trying to understand this correctly. So if you are at 250% of poverty level and you want to take advantage of this scholarship, this low-income scholarship credit, then you have to have previously been in a public school. But if you are a foster, or have been a foster child, or a children of members of the military, EMS, firefighters, or law enforcement officers, you could already be in a private school, and now you can take advantage of this tax credit without any income guidelines. Would that be correct?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That is correct, and I think it's a small price to pay for the sacrifice that those first responders make, but that is correct.
Senator from Wyandotte.
Thank you. Well, you know, I mean, there are lots of us making sacrifices in lots of different ways, including teachers. But this just says it doesn't matter what your income is, and we now have a dual standards in this bill, because if you were the 250% of poverty, that you have to have been in a public school. But if you are in those three new categories that are added, you're already in a private school, and now you can take advantage of this and not have to be paying anything to go to that private school. You've already made that choice as a family. We're really not, we are sweetening the deal, and we are supporting our private schools. And I will say, I am Catholic, and I do support my private schools as it is right now. But I'm making that choice. We now are putting this in legislation, and we're using our public dollars to support those schools that are not throughout our state. And although I very much support my religion, I don't believe that everyone else has to be of the same faith. In fact, we all know that at one time in the United States, people were worried about there being a Catholic president because maybe the Pope was going to come here and take over. And that proved to not be true, but that there are those that still think that about certain faiths. So this really is a big diversion, and it's, you know, we've only talked about a few parts of it, but I hope you're getting the picture. And also, my colleague earlier asked about, and the carrier of the bill mentioned the cap. It was 10 million, now it's 20 million. So let's just keep that in mind as well.
Seeing no additional questions or comments on the bill, Senator from Sedgwick, you may close on the bill.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I have appreciated the comments and debate, but it's glaringly obvious to me that the very priority that we should be talking about has not been mentioned in this debate. We've heard about school systems, we've heard about public school, we've heard about private school, we've heard about all of these different things, and who haven't we talked about, Mr. Chair? It's the student. It's the student. And let's put this in perspective, because we've heard a lot of information. By the way, the cap is 15 million, not 20. But let's get some perspective about this program. It helps 2,300 students. 2,300 students who get a maximum of $8,000 each, so that they can go to a setting that meets their needs, their educational needs. We've heard people make on the floor statements like, these are public dollars, these are tax credits. That this is taking money away from our public schools. Doesn't take 1 penny away from our public schools. And let's talk about that. They're making hay about a $15 million cap. We just gave over $200 million, Mr. Chair, to our public schools this year simply for the CPIU. We're budgeted for $6.1 billion for public education. And it's incredulous that they would say that this small amount of students and money is somehow going to decimate or be a threat to our public schools. It makes no sense at all. And it's about the student. And I think our public schools overall work for many students, but they don't work for everyone. This does not take money away from public schools. It does not hurt our public schools. These are dollars that people have donated to a scholarship granting organization. It is a drop in the bucket to the $6.1 billion that we allocate for public schools. I'm concerned about all students in Kansas, Mr. Chair, and that they have the ability to go get their educational needs met, whether that's public school, private school, homeschool. And this is a program that provides that for a small percentage of our Kansas kids. And yes, it adds foster care kids. And yes, it adds kids of people who have sacrificed. We all make sacrifices, not to the extent that our military, it's if you've died in the line of duty. So, Mr. Chair, again, this is for the kids. It's a reasonable ask, and I ask the body to consider that when they're deciding how to cast their vote. And I ask that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 87 favorably for passage.
You need 2 more words, as amended. If you would restate your motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My apologies. I move that when the committee rises and report, it report Senate Bill 87 as amended favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion appears to pass. Motion does pass. The carrier of the next 3 bills, Senate Bill 20, Senate Bill 21, Senate Bill 22, is in the Commerce Committee, so we will temporarily pass over those pieces of legislation. And we will turn our attention to Senate Bill 50 for the purpose of carrying Senate Bill 50. The chair recognizes a senator from Johnson, Senator Rose.
Senate Bill 50 was proposed by the Board of Regents to streamline the administration of 7 of the legislature's scholarship programs administered by the Board of Regents. These carry a service requirement such as living and working in Kansas after completing the program. If the service requirement is not met, the student has to pay back the scholarship amount with interest. Currently, the interest rate is an adjustable rate of 14%. Senate Bill 50 would standardize the interest rate on those repayments to a fixed rate at 5%. The 5% interest rate is in line with what other states are charging when repayment is required in similar programs, and is also similar to the FAFSA student loan interest rate. The bill would standardize the date at which interest begins to accrue across the programs as the date when the repayment obligation commences, The bill would also establish uniform rules regarding collection costs and fees and authorize the Board of Regents to recover reasonable collection costs from defaulting students. As the Board of Regents also requested, this bill would repeal 2 programs that are no longer utilized. They are the Ethnic Minority Fellowship Program and the Workforce Development Loan Program. And with that, I stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the bill.
The 5% rate would not discourage high school students from applying for the scholarship while encouraging students to live and work in Kansas upon finishing their program. With that, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 50 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. We shall now turn our attention to Senate substitute for Senate Bill 46. For the purpose of carrying the bill, the chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move adoption of the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
State your point.
I think it's Senate sub for Senate Bill 45, not 46. The chair said 46.
Okay, thank you. It is 45. I misspoke. So we are now on Senate substitute for Senate Bill 45. Keep me in line, Senator. Senator from Johnson, you made your motion on Senate Bill 45. All in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator, you may explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In 2021, we passed legislation that basically stated that for the virtual schools, a lot of districts, some underperforming, were sending their credit deficient seniors to the virtual school, and it was impacting the graduation rates. So we passed a piece of legislation that says, for the purposes of state accreditation, those students would not be included in the graduation rate that did not graduate. So this bill cleans that up a little bit because before passing this bill, students who go from virtual to the home school or private after leaving the virtual school, they would still impact the graduation rates for the virtual school. And if they didn't graduate, it would impact that. So there was an amendment added in committee that basically said, if you leave the public school, virtual school, and go homeschool or non-accredited private, which was in the original bill, then you would not be considered a dropout in the public schools as currently is in law. So that is the bill in a nutshell, and with that, I will happily stand for questions.
Are the questions of the senator from Johnson? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
I just want to stand in support of the bill.
All right. Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question I have for the senator from Johnson, is this the first time he has carried a bill on this Senate floor?
Senator from Johnson.
Actually, I brought a stack of bills with me on the floor this morning, Mr. Chairman. But as far as actually carrying one on the floor, no, this would be my first bill. But yeah, I carried a stack of them with me today to read through.
Senator from Douglas, we've got a comedian amongst us apparently, but Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just remind some of the longer serving senators that at one point we had a obligation of how to vote on a senator's first carrying a bill.
Sometimes tradition slips away. Are there additional comments, questions from the senator from Johnson, senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do support this bill. However, it is concerning that we have a State Board of Education, and the State Board of Education has responsibilities that are dictated to them in the Constitution, and that often our pieces of legislation keep eating away at that, and that would be when it comes to accreditation. So this does equalize how accreditation is looked at, but I worry about the authority of the State Board of Education.
Additional questions, comments on Senate substitute for Senate Bill 45? Seeing none, Senator from Johnson, you may close.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think to address that concern, I think we would be celebrating the fact that if a student who is on pace to graduate from the public school leaves and goes homeschool, we would not want them to be considered a dropout. So I feel like this is a bill that would actually make graduation rates for purposes of accreditation improve, and I would think that we would all be behind that. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I move that when the committee rise report, it report Senate substitute for Senate Bill 45 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion appears to carry. Motion passes. We will now direct our attention to Senate Bill 128 for the purpose of carrying the bill. The chair recognizes Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I think we missed the same opportunity for another senator from Johnson carrying his first bill on the Senate floor, and we didn't ask for division when the good senator from Johnson, Senator Rose, carried his first bill, but he did a fine job as well, so congratulations. Senate Bill 128 comes to us from the Kansas Board of Indigent Defense Services, and it's a bill to provide the opportunity for defendants in civil cases, criminal cases, domestic cases, juvenile cases, when they're working with a social worker, a licensed social worker, determining how are we going to put together my defense, what services are available to me, who can I trust to talk with. This bill would allow that if that licensed social worker is working closely with an attorney on that particular defendant's case, the licensed social worker would be exempt from the mandatory reporting requirement of suspected child or elder abuse requirements. So it's a bill that would, again, help our Kansans who are working closely with social workers get the services they need. And currently, if attorneys are working and they need someone, for instance, who has the interview skills like a social worker would to interview and get out some very difficult factual information, the attorney might want to work with a social worker to do that. Currently, if that's a licensed social worker, the social worker would have to report any suspected abuse as a mandatory reporter. So sometimes what attorneys do is they hire non-licensed social workers. Well, then you as the defendant in the case aren't having the skills of a licensed social worker to help you. So the bill puts some protections in place as well. So first of all, the licensed social worker has to be working under the supervision of an attorney. And if the reason to suspect that a child has been harmed as a result of physical, mental, or emotional abuse or neglect arises solely in the course of that representation, then you are not a mandatory reporter. If it arises in some other context, you're still a mandatory reporter. Mr. Chair, there were no opponents to the bill. A Kansas federal social worker came to testify as well. And with that, Mr. Chair, there were no opponents, and I'll stand for questions.
Questions for the senator from Johnson. Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faust-Godot.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So I think I really like this legislation. And so, but if the senator from Johnson could share what kind of prompted the introduction of the legislation, an example that occurred. Thank you.
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Some of the testimony we heard was that a licensed social worker working closely under the supervision of an attorney was talking with the defendant and was learning some information that would trigger the statutory mandatory reporting requirement for the licensed social worker because of the social worker's license. And then you have a kind of a conflict because the attorney, when the attorney learns that information, the attorney has the attorney-client confidentiality ethical obligation, but yet the licensed social worker doesn't. So in the representation of the defendant in the civil, criminal, domestic, or juvenile case, the attorney would have to be keeping that information confidential, yet the licensed social worker would have to report it. So then you as the defendant, you're not being able to determine, should I share everything with this social worker who's working closely with my attorney? Should I hold some things back? And really in the justice system that we have, we're trying to get to the truth. And we want defendants to have the full opportunity to work with their team and to have an opportunity to present a robust defense and to share information with their attorney, with the licensed social worker, knowing that is going to be kept in confidence.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really like this. There was a situation similar that occurred in Sedgwick County, so I think this is good legislation. I should listen to the gentlelady from Johnson more. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Additional questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 128 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. We shall now direct our attention to Senate Bill 222. For the purpose of carrying the bill, the chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Senator, you may explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think the legislature has often heard we're putting sometimes into law some checks and balances that we find are govern our Constitution, really. And what Senate Bill 222 does is it creates balance, if you will, in a administrative hearing or a judicial proceeding on both sides of the scale, both sides of the verses, if you will. So if we find that you are in front of an administrative hearing officer or a court and you are seeking to, you're defending a case because an administrative agency, a board, a department of the state has brought an action against you enforcing a rule or regulation, that just because it's a rule or regulation of an agency, a board, or a department, that the government in that instance doesn't get undue bias from the court. Well, it's a rule or regulation adopted by the board, by the department, by the agency, so it must be proper, so I'm going to decide this case in favor of the government. What this bill does is it ensures that we have in statute what has already been case law for 10 years, and that is that if the court or the administrative body deciding your case can't determine which side it should rule in favor of after using all the statutory tools that we have in place, this bill would codify that the government shall not be given any deference just because it's the government. And it does that by saying that the state court or an administrative hearing officer shall exercise any remaining doubts as to who should prevail in the matter in a way that is consistent with an individual's fundamental constitutional rights. So what brought this up is we hear oftentimes that individuals are brought before an administrative hearing officer or a state court and interpreting these rules and regulations that we want to ensure that the government isn't having the scales tipped in its favor. We did not have any opponents on the bill, and it was amended in committee just to kind of clarify what we mean when we're saying any remaining doubt, and it's to be consistent with an individual's fundamental constitutional rights. And with that, Mr. Chair, I'd stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a question. I'm wondering if the Kansas Supreme Court has taken any action regarding this issue?
Senator from Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, they have. And when I shared that this has been case law for the past 10 years in Kansas. That's what I mean. The Kansas Supreme Court has said when we're deciding cases and there's doubt, we are not going to afford the government any special deference or consideration in determining the remaining doubt we have. So this bill merely codifies in statute what the Supreme Court ruled a couple of 10 years ago, but we all know that the Supreme Court could change that concept by the very next case that it hears. So this would protect Kansans when they're in front of a judicial body or an administrative hearing officer to make sure that it's going to be decided without extra deference afforded to the government.
Senator from Douglas.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That helped answer my question. I appreciate that the Supreme Court has made this ruling, and my understanding was courts do try to follow precedent that they have set. So I'm not sure whether this bill is needed. Thank you.
Additional questions with Senator from Johnson. Seeing none, Senator, you may close on the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that with Senate Bill 222, we're always ensuring that, quite frankly, the little guy has the same opportunity when facing rules and regulations proposed by our boards, our agencies, our departments. That's an important concept to make sure prevails, and that's why it's seeking to be codified in the bill. So with that, Mr. Chair, I move that when the committee rises and it reports Senate Bill 222 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Oh, I still think you did a great job.
We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 20. The chair recognizes the Senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 20 is a Department of Insurance bill that grants, that grants the insurance commissioner the ability to decrease the number of board members serving on boards for which the commissioner has appointing authority. I might remind the body that we passed this bill last session, but it unfortunately died in conference committee. We passed it 39-1. This bill would reduce the size of boards of the 3 boards that the commissioner appoints. Those are the members of the Kansas Automobile Assigned Claims Plan and Automobile Insurance Plan Board of Governors, the Kansas Workers' Compensation Insurance Governing Board, and the Kansas Healthcare Provider Insurance Availability Plan Board of Directors. This bill allows the current members of those boards to serve out the remainder of 2025 before either reappointment for a 3- or 4-year term or removal. The bill also adds some language that allows the commissioner the ability to remove appointed board members for inefficiency, neglect of duty, or malfeasance. This brings the statutes in line with industry standards and protects the board and the department from behavior that deviates from their mission. Lastly, the bill changes the meeting requirements for the Committee on Surety Bonds and Insurance. Currently, that committee is required to meet monthly, but they do not have enough work to meet that monthly meeting, so the meetings are now going to be on call of the chair. There were, just let me turn the page here. The only proponent was the Kansas Department of Insurance. There were no opponents, there were no neutrals. There's no fiscal impact for the Department of Insurance or the state. The House has a mirror bill, and it passed the House 104-10 a couple of weeks ago. And Madam Chair, I would stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 20 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 21. The chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were amendments. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 21 amends the Third Party Administrators Act to require third-party administrators to maintain a separate fiduciary account for each payor, P-A-Y-O-R, and prohibit commingling of funds either collected or held in a fiduciary account by the administrator on behalf of multiple payers. That is in Section 1 of the bill. Section 2 requires that a third-party administrator immediately disclose to the commissioner any bankruptcy petition filed by or on behalf of the administrator. The bill would provide the department, in cases where an administrator files for bankruptcy, with tools to help businesses move their funds to another administrator to avoid disruptions in service to their employees. Prohibiting the commingling of those payer funds would facilitate the return to funds to the appropriate payer in case of a bankruptcy. Proponents were the Kansas Department of Insurance. No opponents, no neutrals. It was amended in committee. We amended lines 37 to 39 in Section 2 to clarify what it means to immediately disclose to the commissioner a bankruptcy petition has been filed. The committee changed that to shall disclose to the commissioner any bankruptcy petition filed at the time such filing was made. There is no fiscal impact on this bill. The House, again, had a companion bill. They put it on the consent calendar and it passed 105 to 9. Madam Chair, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and report Senate Bill 21 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to sub for Senate Bill 67. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries.
Madam Chair, this bill comes to us from the Kansas Association of Nurse Anesthetists. I'm only going to try to say that one time. They were also supported by the Kansas Chamber. It's allowing them to practice within their full authority of their scope of practice. We also received written proponents from Amber Well Health, Kansas Family Voice, National Council of State Boards of Nursing, Kansas Justice Institute, Kansas Chiropractic Association, AFP Kansas, and others. We did hear opponent testimony from Kansas Medical Society and the Kansas Society of Anesthesiologists. In committee, it was discussed, or it was suggested from the Kansas Medical Society that if they want to make a change in law, that the nurse anesthetists, I will say CRNAs, look at what was done with the APRNs a couple of years ago, and they then met over the weekend, and the two parties determined that the CRNAs would do exactly that, so they copied and pasted. That's why we have a substitute for Senate Bill 67 in here to reflect what the suggestion was. Kansas Medical Society said, of course, they still opposed the bill as they did the APRN bill, but therefore I fall short of calling this a compromise, but I would think it's clear to say neither party got exactly what they wanted. And with that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report favorably for passage, substitute for Senate Bill 67.
Senator, we are going to have questions.
Oh, I apologize.
That's okay. Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you. And this, I have a question for the senator from Johnson.
She's standing.
Now, Senate Bill 67, I'm sorry, Madam Chair, basically mirrors the language that we have in the APRN bill that was passed a couple of years ago. Would that be correct?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
That is correct, except of course it reflects anesthesiologist, or excuse me, anesthesia. So because that is what the APRNs or CRNAs work with. So it was clear to talk about anesthesia.
Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really wanted to have the senator from Johnson have to say analysis again.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Question for the senator from Johnson. Were there any nurse anesthetists that were serving on the committee that worked on Senate Bill 67?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I couldn't speak to that. I know that the parties met independently and spoke with their groups independently, and I was not present at those discussions.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Is the senator from Johnson aware of the referendum results from the constitutional amendment in August of 2022?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
I don't recall. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. By a wide referendum, the people of Kansas decided to preserve the access to abortion in the state, and it's a right that's also been affirmed by the state Supreme Court. And with that, I have an amendment, 1494.
Okay, give us a moment to get it distributed. Senator, would you like to explain your amendment or have it read?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the clerk could read the amendment.
The clerk will read.
Mr. President, I move to amend substitute for Senate Bill 67 on page 1 in line 34 by striking all after 2, by striking all in line 35, in line 36 by striking the number 3, and by redesignating subsections, paragraphs, subparagraphs, and clauses accordingly.
Senator from Shawnee, would you care to elaborate on your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's grossly inappropriate for this body to be restricting the scope of practice for nurse anesthetists, especially given that I don't believe have any qualified nurse anesthetists in this body, and I hope that we can pass this amendment to make this bill better. Thank you.
Are there questions for the senator from Shawnee on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm not sure about the procedure here. I request a roll call on the amendment.
You need to move your amendment and request a roll call. Do you move your amendment?
I'd like to move my amendment, Madam Chair.
Okay, you've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no.
I'd like to request a roll call, Madam Chair.
Roll call has been requested. Seeing 5 hands, a roll call is in order. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser.
No.
Glaze from Celine. Glaze from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Fascudo. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Clem. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every senator had the opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Does Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley?
At the appropriate time, Madam Chair, I needed to change my vote.
Okay. Are there any explanation of votes? Are there any changes of vote? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. Aye to pass, please.
Are there any other changes of vote? Senator from Saline, Senator Clays.
No.
The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote.
I know that, David. This is not a no wonder Mark was looking at me like that. It's his birthday, Mark.
5 having voted in favor, 30 against, the amendment fails. We are back on the bill. Are there additional questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports substitute for Senate Bill 67 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 22. To explain the bill and adopt the committee report, the chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would move that we adopt the committee report. There were amendments.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 22 is related to title insurance agents and their audit reports and standardizing the amount of surety bond required to be filed with the commissioner. There are approximately 2,000 title agents in Kansas, and this bill simplifies and removes the requirement that the annual audit that's conducted by a certified public accountant be given to the commissioner within 30 days of the close of the calendar year. It doesn't remove the requirement for the audit, just that it not be sent to the commissioner. They still must be made available for inspection upon the request of the commissioner. Secondly, the bill simplifies the surety bond requirement tiers for title agents that handle escrow, settlement, or closing accounts. Currently, agents file a surety bond in an amount that corresponds with the population of the county. So you have 3 tiers: $100,000 surety bond for counties over 40,000, $50,000 surety bond for counties with a population of 20,000 to 40,000, and $25,000 for counties less than 20,000 people. This bill would condense those tiers into a single $100,000 surety bond requirement, regardless of the counties that you practice in or the number of counties that you serve or are licensed in. It simplifies the record-keeping process for both title agents who operate across those multiple counties and for department staff. Third, this bill eliminates the controlled business exemption for counties with a population of 10,000 or less. Kansas is the last state that has this type of population-based exemption. The statute grants an exception for transactions involving real estate that take place in those counties. It creates an unlevel playing field and is nearly impossible for the department to effectively enforce. Proponents, Kansas Department of Insurance, Kansas Land Title Association. It was important to get them on board because this bill is expressly concerning to them. So amended in committee on page 15, line 21, the Kansas Land Title Association asks that the effective date be changed to January 1, 2026 to give everyone time to plan and budget for the changes. There is no fiscal impact on the department or the state. The House does have a mirror bill, and it passed the House 103-8 last week. Madam Chair, I would stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and report, it report Senate Bill 22 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 82. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill came to us from the Kansas Hospital Association to grant a physical environment waiver for existing nursing facilities to an applying rural emergency hospital to transition up to 10 swing beds in a skilled nursing facility beds if the facility does one of three things: is currently licensed as a rural emergency hospital, was licensed as a hospital immediately prior to the designation as a rural emergency hospital, and during the facility's licensure as a hospital, the facility provided skilled nursing facility services or critical access hospital swing bed services for at least 1 year without finding of immediate jeopardy. Again, in addition to the Kansas Hospital Association, we heard from Leading Age Kansas and Mercy Hospitals, and then a neutral testimony from KDAD's commissioner. We found, or the KDAD's commissioner reported, that it affects 3 hospitals that they could identify: McPherson, Marion, and Harvey, and would assist these hospitals in the transition. There would be no fiscal note, and there were no opponents. And I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Madam Chair, thank you. I just realized my mic was already on. I hope I didn't say anything that, never mind, Madam Chair. If the senator from Johnson, did she say specialty hospitals?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
No, ma'am, I did not.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. Are they just in the counties that she referenced? Or was she just naming a few, or are those all of the counties? She mentioned McPherson, et cetera.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
There was 1 hospital in each of those counties that is part of the Mercy Hospital group that would qualify with all of those 3 categories.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Falscadeau.
Madam Chair, thank you.
Other questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 82 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to sub for Senate Bill 193. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill was brought to us by our law enforcement.
Senator, if you would please move.
Oh, I apologize.
Okay.
I didn't see, it just says explain the bill. I'm sorry. Are we on? Okay, never mind. I move we adopt the committee report.
Thank you. You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A few years ago, we passed a bill that would allow some of our first responders to administer Narcan, and what that group of medications are called emergency opioid antagonists. Part of that bill required that there be a medical director, a physician on board or with the group. This is fine for some of them, like emergency medical services already has somebody present. But for some of our small local law enforcement groups, they do not. And so this would be formidable for them to meet this requirement. So our law enforcement ask that they be exempt from requiring that portion of the bill. Initially, when the bill was brought to us, it was found with the law enforcement and revisers there was an easier way to do it. So thus the substitute for Senate Bill 193, which just exempts them from that requirement. And with that, Madam Chair, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports favorably for passage, substitute for Senate Bill 193.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 27. The chair recognizes the senator from Shawnee, Senator Dietrich, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There were amendments, so I move that we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 27 eliminates the requirement that the Commissioner of Insurance submit 2 different reports to the governor on an annual basis. The Kansas Department of Insurance publishes its annual report on the department's website where all Kansans, including the governor, can access it. The statutes requiring the reports are outdated and unnecessary. The bill also amends the insurance enforcement statute by making some technical changes. In 2023, the statute was amended adding "and any other legal entity under the jurisdiction of the commissioner" to the definition of a person in that statute. Senate Bill 27 further amends the definition of person by striking certain entities in the list of those entities are included under the definition. The proponents were the Kansas Department of Insurance. There were no opponents, no neutrals. It was amended in committee, and this is how we amended it. In Section 1, in committee, we amended it to state the Commissioner of Insurance shall make an annual report of the general conduct and condition of the insurance companies, including fraternal benefit societies doing business in the state, and shall publish such report on the department's website. It just basically formalizes that the report will be published and posted on the website. There's no fiscal impact. The House did have a companion bill, and it passed 105 to 12. Madam Chair, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, you may close.
Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and report Senate Bill 27 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 53. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Senate Bill 53 is something that probably could have been on the consent calendar. It provides some more ability for our county law libraries to provide access to justice, better legal research opportunities at our libraries, and to increase the staff of librarians there. And what it does is that it allows for certain counties to have their chief judge appoint the board of directors for the county law library rather than have them elected. We heard that that helps fill the board positions. And also the bill would allow some of the fees of the library to be used by the board to hire library assistants necessary to perform the duties of administering the law library. And there were no opponents. This was brought to us by, I want to make sure I have that correct, by the Kansas District Judges Association. With that, Madam Chair, I'd stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and it reports Senate Bill 53 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will turn our attention to Senate Bill 199. The chair recognizes the senator from Cowley, Senator Alley, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 199 would permit year-round fireworks sales under certain conditions and make additional changes to the law related to sale of fireworks. This bill would allow the fireworks sale to public for personal use by individuals registered with the state fire marshal as permanent retailers in permanent structures at permanent locations. And this permanent retailers would be required to register annually with the state fire marshal. Seasonal retailers, those in tents, mom and pop stores, would not be required to register with state fire marshal, but would be limited to sales between June 20th and July 7th. This gives the seasonal retailers an extra weekend in case the weather would knock their weekend out and they would be out all their fireworks. But nothing in this bill will restrict the local and county authority over the sale of fireworks. They can either have fireworks, they can tell when they can fire them, and whether or not to sell them. The committee removed a provision against the sale of fireworks made over the internet, and they removed registration and sale location requirements for seasonal retailers and made technical changes to this. And, Madam Chair, with that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Cowley? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Clays.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and mine's more of a comment than a question. I think we need to talk about why year-round fireworks sales are just an absolutely terrible idea. First of all, the obvious, emergency services already strained with their resources during fireworks season, and just having that chaos spread across 365 days. I just can't get on board with that. But listen, this goes beyond logistics. Your right to celebrate stops at my property line. Unlike other personal freedoms that only affect the participant, fireworks, which can blast up to 150 decibels, force everyone within earshot to become an unwilling participant. I mean, we're talking about veterans with PTSD who deserve the peace in their own homes, parents of young children who have finally gotten their kids to sleep, some of them with very young infants. I'm sure some people here might be able to relate to that. And pet owners. Listen, dogs shaking in terror, at random explosions, wildlife disrupted in their natural habitats. None of these people consented to your impromptu midnight display. Sure, these groups can prepare for traditional celebrations, 4th of July, maybe New Year's. I can put my dog downstairs. I know that's going to happen. If you have a young baby, you can plan for that. That's part of living in a society. But year-round fireworks, that's not freedom. That's imposing your will on other people. And let's be honest, fireworks are special precisely because they're not an everyday occurrence. They mark moments of genuine celebration and community gathering. Making them a daily nuisance strips away that magic. I, for one, refuse to live under the tyranny of backyard pyromaniacs with dollar store explosives. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there other questions for the senator from Lynn? Senator Tyson.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Well, there were some comments made about this bill that it does not change enforcement or current enforcement. Local governments still have control. The county government, the city, municipality, they can choose not to sell these fireworks. They can only set them off when it is by restriction. So none of that changes. And I don't know about you guys. I happened to be in Topeka the night of the playoffs when the Chiefs won. Oh my gosh, there were fireworks going off everywhere. And I guarantee you those fireworks were not bought in Kansas. So this would allow us to buy those fireworks in Kansas. We would get some sales tax from it. The revenues would increase. I do stand in support, and I thank the chairman for bringing this.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I probably, like many other senators here, received some expressions of concern from a rural fire department and fire chiefs. Does the senator from Cali have any response to this increasing the likelihood of wildfires or property damage?
Senator from Cali, Senator Alley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As we said earlier, nothing in this bill changes the authority of our local city and county to make authorization when to buy them, when to shoot them, and when that season begins. Nothing in this bill does this. All this does is have the state fire marshal basically regulate the permanent sales of the firework from the permanent stands. And then the other thing this bill does, it increases the time when the sales can be made from June 20th to July 7th. That's the maximum time. Locals can change that time if they've so fit.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I understand that, but also recognize that wildfires don't necessarily stop at county lines. And so there could be impact on a neighboring county from increased sales.
Are there additional questions for the senator from Cowley? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises to report, it reports Senate Bill 199 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 52. The chair recognizes the senator from Harvey, Senator Owens, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 52, as amended, would enact the Kansas Film and Digital Media Production Development Act. The act would create a sales tax exemption and a non-refundable income tax credits for qualifying film production activities to incentivize and promote growth of the film and digital media production industry in Kansas. There are also additional specific reporting requirements on those incentives from the Secretary of Commerce, and I will stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Harvey? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faustido.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I really support this legislation. And if the senator could share, so how would this help young and upcoming filmmakers? I met with a few of them from Wichita State, and we're always talking about ways to keep our young professionals here in Kansas. And they were so exciting and with their stories and what they're doing and to keep Kansas on the map. So if the senator could share how it would help those young and upcoming filmmakers in Kansas. Thank you.
Senator from Harvey, Senator Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, absolutely. So as our colleges dive more and more into the digital media and into the film production space, for them to get jobs, in many instances, they're having to go out of state. And so what we're seeing is this migration away from the East and West coasts. And this would make us one of a little over 30 states that have some level of incentives to encourage that film production to happen here. And so this is a great opportunity for our young college kids who want to study in this area to continue to be engaged here at home.
Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just would like to ask my colleague from Harvey County if this is his first bill being carried in the Senate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator from Harvey, Senator Owens.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This indeed is my first bill, but not my first amendment. So, and as a result of this, I did request if this get passed that I get a special cameo appearance riding a buffalo. I don't know if that'll happen or not, but it sounded like fun.
Are there other questions for the senator from Harvey? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and report SB 52 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We now turn our attention to Senate Bill 44. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 44 would simply expand the eligibility of the Promise Act, the Kansas Promise Act, to include post-secondary educational institutions with a main campus or operation here in Kansas that offer the Kansas Promise Act scholarship. So with that being said, this does not include the Big Six universities. This just applies to technical and community colleges. So with that, Madam Chair, I will happily stand for questions, even though I'm quite concerned after the first bill I carried.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Petty.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment.
Have you turned it in?
I have. It's 1361.
Give us a moment to get that distributed.
While my colleagues are picking up this long amendment, I will explain it. As was mentioned by the carrier of the bill, this is expanding the Promise Scholarship, which has been a very successful scholarship in 5 areas at our community colleges. And but there is a cap on it of $10 million, and this would expand that to be $15 million. With that, I will stand for questions.
Are there questions on the amendment for the senator from Wyandotte? Senator from Johnson, Senator Thomas.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would consider this a friendly amendment. The Promise Act was established in 2021. It was established for $10 million. If we want to expand eligibility, I understand that sometimes expansion of funds is necessary, and this would still prevent the Big Six from getting access to the Promise Scholarship.
Are there additional questions for the senator on the amendment? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was privileged to be in Senate Ed in 21 when we passed the Promise Scholarship, and it is exciting to see how successful it has been and continues to grow at our community colleges across the state. And with this expansion, I think it's important to also have the dollars there for the Promise Scholarship. I appreciate the carrier of the bill seeing this as a friendly amendment, and with that, I move my amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. Division has been called. All of those in favor of the amendment, please stand. All of those opposed, please stand. (19) having voted in favor and 12 opposed, the amendment passes. Are there additional questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports Senate Bill 44 favorably for passage as amended.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion passes. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 156. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We're hearing from law enforcement that when they're engaged in their duties, for instance, separating a crowd, quieting a crowd, whatnot, that sometimes people are using laser pointers and pointing them at law enforcement in different aspects of their line of duty. And not only does that distract the law enforcement officer from their duty, you know, who's pointing that at me, but it could also harm the officer too if it's pointed in their eyes. And it could also put the officer in reasonable apprehension of imminent bodily harm. So what the bill does is it creates the crime of knowingly directing a laser at a law enforcement officer who's engaged in the performance of their duties, or pointing it at an aircraft in flight or in the flight path of an aircraft. Now, clearly this bill also exempts if you're anyone from using a laser if you're authorized by an aircraft manufacturer or the Federal Aviation Administration to conduct research or development, as well as members or elements of the U.S. Department of Defense or Homeland Security, or an individual using a laser pointer as an emergency distress signal. So there were no opponents, and with that, I would stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Madam Chair, there were Senator Clifford standing.
Oh, I am so sorry. Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford.
Madam Chair, thank you. I wondered if the Senator from Johnson would like the opinion of a professional eye surgeon on the topic of laser injury.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's always a good opportunity when we have experts in the chamber to have them share that. That'd be great. Thank you.
Senator from Finney, Senator Clifford.
Thank you, Senator. And I'll stay in my lane and out of the judiciary lane. I've seen these injuries. They're devastating, and they are permanent. So I'm in support of this bill. Thank you.
There are other questions or comments for the Senator from Johnson. Senator from Wyandotte, Senator Haley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I rise in support of this. I'm normally not one to look at the bed space impact, and this de minimis in this, as the chair would say of judiciary. But these are the kind of assaults that where they occur, especially intentionally, that we do want to provide greater protection or greater penalties for, especially to men and women who serve and protect. I'm a strong proponent of those who serve and protect and providing them protections and ensuring that we do what we can to show that where they're assaulted, that we in fact will do what we can to enhance the penalties and not pardon those that would assault them. I did want to say that in the committee there was a request that we look at others who might be the victims who are general public servants, but who serve the public, and one of those inclusions was for those public transportation, bus drivers, if you will. There was some discussion about that. This is not a part of the bill. I know the senator, the chair of judiciary, wanted to keep this bill clean, if you will, but I do think it will be an area that we might think about, other areas where someone with a laser pointer is going to disrupt someone who's in the general public and serving along that line. And one of those might be those who are our public transportation, our mass transportationists or bus drivers, what have you. I do support the bill as it is. I am concerned somewhat about the bed space impact. We've got to watch that at some point. We're on a trajectory, Madam Chair, to build another prison here if our numbers continue to rise. But this, I believe, this enhancement is an appropriate place to add those few extra beds a year for those who intentionally try to use a laser pointer to disrupt or to injure those who are serving and protecting us. Thank you.
Other questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I did want to share with the body that though we don't have other specific occupations in the bill, currently anyone could be charged with assault if you're using a laser pointer and it causes if it knowingly causes the person to have reasonable fear of imminent harm is going to come to them by the laser pointer being pointed at them. And you could also be charged with battery if, like the good senator from Finney shared, that it does actually cause you physical harm. And if it causes damage to your eye, you could still be charged with assault or battery currently. And in addition, if this bill were to become law, not only could you be charged with the criminal use of a laser pointer, but you could still also be charged with assault or battery. So with that, Madam Chair, I move that when the committee rises and it reports Senate Bill 156 favorably for passage.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will temporarily pass over Senate Bill 157 and turn our attention to Senate Bill 77. The chair recognizes the senator from Miami, Senator Shane, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Senate Bill 77 requires state agencies, prior to revoking rules and regulations, to provide written notice to businesses, local governmental units, and members of the public known to the agency to be affected by proposed revocation. The bill also removes certain abolished or inactive agencies from the 5-year agency review of rules and regulations requirements. This bill was brought to us by the Secretary of State's office as the only proponent, no neutral and no opponent testimony. And important to note, anytime a new law is passed, sometimes you have the opportunity to identify where there was a gap in the law, and that's exactly what happened. In 2022, the legislature enacted the new 5-year review process, and as that implementation has happened, it was realized that there was hesitancy to use the expedited regulatory repeal option because of some ambiguity and confusion on giving public notice. So this bill seeks to address that so that the legislative intent of the 5-year review process can live up. And on top of that, out of the 116 agencies listed in KSA 77-440, out of the 116, 19 either no longer exist and one was listed twice. So we're clearing up that 16.8% error rate in the listing of our agencies. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Miami? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it report SB 77 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will turn our attention to Senate Bill 13. The chair recognizes the senator from Reno, Senator Murphy, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Well, thank you, Madam Chair. There was an amendment. I move the adoption of the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All in favor, say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Senate Bill 13 comes to us from the Secretary of State's office as a request to try to clean some things up, get rid of reports that are no longer needed and necessary and nobody ever asks for or wants. It looks at business agents as individual representing labor organizations, employee organizations, the State Board of Regents, Secretary of Revenue, the Director of the Kansas Water Office, and bonded warehousemen are no longer need to make these reports. These reports are all kept somewhere else. I mean, they're already reported, and it was just sort of a clearinghouse for the Secretary of State. Nobody ever asked for them, and so they don't see any point in doing all that. I do have the distinction maybe today of bringing the only bill that actually has a negative fiscal note. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Reno? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faustido.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think everybody should get a question. And I see members of the Secretary of State's office behind us. So if the senator could share currently that waste or inefficiency or redundancy within that office, what are they doing now? So do they get many requests for this information that nobody is requesting?
Well, that's
Senator from Reno, Senator Murphy.
You just said it. Nobody's requesting it. So therefore, they feel like it's not necessary for them to go to the trouble of keeping it. And if they do have to keep it as they're transferring over into digital, it's going to cost them a lot of money and a lot of time to transfer over. So this is a good time to pull back.
Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Faustigedo.
Madam Chair, thank you. That's what I wanted to hear, what, benefit we would get by this legislation. So that makes sense. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there other questions for the senator from Reno? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move that when the committee rises and reports, that it reports SB 13 favorably for passage. Thank you.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to for Senate Bill 29. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
Madam Chair, some people in this body might remember last year we had Senate Bill number 391. That was basically what Senate Bill 29 is this year. However, that was heavily amended in committee as well as amended on the Senate floor. We passed that with 23 votes. This year, the committee has substitute for Senate Bill 29, so it is just one page. It's addressing what we heard from many of our constituents, and that is, let's not allow ever again them to tell us whether we can gather. So churches were closed. We had all kinds of decisions that were made, some by local health officers, many of whom have no health background whatsoever, particularly in our smaller jurisdictions and counties. So all that Senate Bill, substitute for Senate Bill 29 does in this one page is say that these local officers or joint board of health may recommend against public gatherings, but not have the ability to force that there be no public gatherings or demand. And with that, I'll stand for questions.
Are there questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Johnson, Senator Holscher.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not really a question, but I know there have been various complaints over the years regarding unelected bureaucrats making decisions affecting us. So the question just goes through my mind, and this is more rhetorical than anything. Why prohibit local boards of health from prohibiting local gatherings when the local board in most cases is the county commission, which is an elected board? So again, more rhetorical than anything else. I don't expect the carrier of the bill to answer.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a question.
She's standing.
So this allows, or prohibits, I guess, it allows them to, they may recommend. Doesn't say that they can take action, but they may recommend. Who are they recommending action to?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
Again, that would depend on whomever the group, somebody can ask, somebody can determine. We've also heard like a local body, let's say if a church says, are we allowed to gather? Or someone asks, may we? Or what do you suggest here? So it's not, they can make recommendations even to a television station. We heard that 2 years ago. They're saying, what are you recommending for this, whatever the gathering may be? Should we close down this convention, etc.? They can make recommendations.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I find that a little confusing because, in fact, they are working with their county, and so I wouldn't expect that individual groups, a church, a synagogue, would think to ask the public health officer, and I think then we're just adding to the confusion during an event. I think that we should make this clear that they may recommend either, publication or announcements, but the response to my question just convinced me that we're not sure who we're making these recommendations to. Thank you.
Other questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Shawnee, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With SB 29, question for the carrier of the bill, are there any conditions in which we would grant back these authorities to the local health bodies to, out of the interest of public health, restrict gatherings under, for example, a very deadly pandemic comparable to what we had about a little over 100 years ago in this country?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Gossage.
In this bill, no, Madam Chair. I was asked about tuberculosis, and that is addressed in another portion of law.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment, number 1495.
Give us a moment to get it distributed. Senator, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Madam Chair, if the clerk could read the amendment.
The reader will read.
Mr. President, I move to amend substitute for Senate Bill 29 on page 1 by striking all in line 6.
Senator from Shawnee, do you wish to explain your amendment further?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment strikes the enacting clause for SB 29.
Are there questions on the amendment for the senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to move my amendments and request a roll call vote.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor, say aye. Opposed, no.
Roll call.
Motion fails. Roll call has been asked. Not seeing 5 hands. Not seeing 5 hands. Motion for roll call fails. Oh, hold on. Do that again, please. Do that again, please. I think we had some latecomers. I do see 5 hands. Roll call is in order. The clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blasey. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Goudot. Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Holscher. Clem. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every senator had an opportunity to vote? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? The clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. Nine having voted in favor and 31 against, the amendment fails. We are back on the bill. Are there additional questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This bill merely protects our constitutional right to assemble. I move that when the committee rises and reports, it reports favorably for passage of substitute Senate Bill 29.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We will now turn our attention to Senate Bill 157. The chair recognizes the senator from Johnson, Senator Warren, to explain the bill and adopt the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move we adopt the committee report.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. You may proceed.
So with our system of justice, criminal justice that is, the first cog in the wheel is we have to have the defendant in court to prosecute him or her. So our bond industry, who provides resources for posting bail, is that first cog in the wheel of holding defendants accountable, making sure they show up to court. So this bill is brought to us on behalf of the industry, and what it does is this. It provides that the court shall make a copy of the warrant available to the compensated surety, the bondsman, who deposited the bond on behalf of the defendant. And what that does is it makes sure that the compensated surety can find where the defendant is. If the compensated surety is putting their money on the line, and then their job as the compensated surety is to go find them and make sure they come to court. So for instance, you've got a defendant, they have a $100,000 bail, the compensated surety puts up the bail for them, and then they would need to know where is this person so I can go find him or her and bring him to or her to court. What the bill also does is, well, what happens when the defendant fails to show to court? Well, what happens is then that the bail is forfeited. So that means the compensated surety is on the hook for putting the $100,000, paying it to the court. Now, the system that we have is not to ensure that the court gets to keep that $100,000, because the purpose of bail is to make sure that we have accountability of defendants, make sure that they come back to court, and they're incentivized to come back to court, because with that $100,000 bail, we last session passed into law, you as the defendant have to put down at least 10% of whatever the bail is. So if it's $100,000, you have to put at least $10,000 in, so you have some skin in the game as well. What the bill does is that if a forfeiture by the defendant has been made because the defendant fails to appear in court, that forfeiture can be set aside and the money returned to the compensated surety if, this is what the bill does, if the surety can prove that the defendant has been deported from the United States. That's a small change in language. We amended it in committee because the proposed bill had said if the defendant has left the country. Well, that's hard to prove as a compensated surety, as the bondsman, so it was changed to has been deported from the United States, and then you as the compensated surety would have to set forth facts substantiating your claim that they have been deported from the country. So if that has happened, then the bail money would be returned to the compensated surety. Now, if you have a forfeiture and it's not set aside, well, what happens then? If it's not set aside, the compensated surety currently has 60 days to still make an effort after the defendant didn't come to court, even though they were ordered to come to court for their hearing. The compensated surety has 60 days to try his or her best efforts to get that defendant produced to the court. What the bill does is extends the 60 days to 180 days, because what we really want as a system, we really want that defendant to show up in court so he or she can be prosecuted in court. So it extends the 60 to 180 days, and if that happens, then most of the bond, if it's $100,000, most of the bond would be returned back to the compensated surety who put the money on the line in the first place. 95% would be returned to the compensated surety. So what that does, it again incentivizes our bonding industry to make sure that defendants show up, because it's an opportunity then for the industry to get their investment in that defendant back. So with that, Madam Chair, I would stand, before I stand for questions, want to let the body know that the sheriffs were an opponent until we amended the bill to clarify that it would be the court who would have to provide the warrant to the compensated surety rather than the sheriff. So with that, Madam Chair, I'd stand for questions.
Are there questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator from Shawnee, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. A question for the Senator from Johnson. Is the Senator from Johnson familiar with Rule 19 of this body?
Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I don't have it memorized, but I can look it up.
Senator from Shawnee, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I may, Rule 19, vote unless excused, contempt. Any senator who is directly interested in a question may be excused from voting, even though there is a call of the Senate. I bring this up because one of my neighbors here in Topeka, when I discussed with him why I was running for the Kansas Senate, he, frequently during the course of our conversations over months, because I would hang out on my porch before I would go out knocking doors, his questions really boiled down to, do they really do anything good, or aren't they always out for themselves? I raised questions during committee on this bill because, unfortunately, we have members of this body that have direct interests. And I believe that, like Caesar's wife, we should be beyond reproach in all of our dealings, in all of our bills, in all of our amendments. And with that, I would like to introduce an amendment, 1492.
Give us a moment to get it distributed. Senator, would you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Madam Chair, if the clerk could read the amendment.
The reader will read.
Mr. President, I move to amend Senate Bill 157 as amended by the Senate Committee on page 2, following line 34 by inserting, quote, new section 2, A, no legislator shall vote on or take any other action in favor of or against a legislative matter if such legislator or such legislator's immediate family member has a special interest in such legislative matter. Any legislator who is prohibited from taking action on a legislative matter under this section shall abstain from any vote on such legislative matter and shall be excused for any such vote. B, This section shall be known and may be cited as the official watchdog enforcement of No Self-Dealing Act or the Owens Act. New Section 3. Immediate family member means a spouse, child, parent, sibling, grandchild, or grandparent of a person. Section 4. KSA 46-214A is hereby amended to read as follows. 46-214A, KSA 46-215 through 46-293 and amendments thereto, and sections 2 and 3 and amendments thereto, shall be known and may be cited as the state governmental ethics law. Sections 5. KSA 46-288 is hereby amended to read as follows. 46-288. The Commission, in addition to any other penalty prescribed under KSA 46-215 through 46-286 and amendments thereto, may assess a civil fine after proper notice and an opportunity to be heard.
Is there objection to the reader stopping reading?
Yes, there is, Madam Chair.
Reader will continue.
And amendments thereto, after proper notice and an opportunity to be heard against any person for a violation pursuant to KSA 46-215 through 46-286 and amendments thereto, or Section 2 and amendments thereto, in an amount not to exceed $5,000 for the first violation, and not to exceed $10,000 for the second violation, and not to exceed $15,000 for the third violation, and for each subsequent violation. All fines assessed and collected under this section shall be remitted to the State Treasurer in accordance with the provisions of KSA 75-4215 and amendments thereto. Upon receipt of each such remittance, the State Treasurer shall deposit the entire amount in the State Treasury to the credit of the Governmental Ethics Commission Fee Fund." End quote. Also, on page 2 in line 35, by striking "is" and inserting 46-214A and 46-288R, and by renumbering sections accordingly. On page 1 in the title, in line 1, after the word "criminal," by inserting "and ethical." Also, in line 1, after the first semicolon, by inserting, quote, "prohibiting voting on certain legislative matters in which a member of this legislature has a special interest." In line 6, after the word 22-2807, by inserting, quote, 46-214A and 46-288. Also in line 6, by striking "section" and inserting "sections."
Senator from Shawnee, do you wish to further explain your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. When I was speaking with proponents of this bill, they suggested perhaps that advocacy for this industry was no different than perhaps my advocacy for veterans. In an attempt to clear up that misunderstanding, I hope that the body can support this amendment.
Are there questions for the Senator from Shawnee on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just want to point out, first of all, the obvious, that this body is a citizen legislature, a citizen body. We come from all walks of life here in the Kansas Senate. And I want to tell you about some of those. As best I could determine, we have physician, veterinarian, a car dealer, school administrator, school teachers, insurance agents, business owners, lawyers, farmers, human resource directors, even a former weatherman, cybersecurity, school psychologist, nonprofit management, bankers, community activists, facilities management, public affairs counsel, and industrial electrician, just to name a few. So all of our constituents know what walk of life we come from, who we are, and we are accountable to the constituents who send us here. If we were to adopt something like this amendment that says, "No legislator shall vote or take any action in favor of or against a legislative matter if such legislator or their immediate family member has a special interest in such legislative matter," well, you know, we all pay taxes. We have immediate family members who pay taxes. Some of us are involved in capers. Some of us still work as school teachers. Some of us are lawyers, and every single bill we vote on is a law. So ad infinitum, the proposed amendment just becomes ridiculous. So none of us, no one could serve. No one could serve in our legislature. So besides the status of the amendment itself, I want to also question, this has nothing to do with the bail bond industry and the bill in front of us. So I do question germaneness, Madam Chair.
Germaneness has been questioned. We'll convene the Rules Committee. The chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. For a variety of reasons, the Rules Committee unanimously says this is not germane.
The ruling is that the amendment is not germane. We are back on the bill. Additional questions for the senator from Johnson? Senator from Shawnee, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment with number 1530.
Please give us a moment to get it distributed. Senator, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the clerk could read the amendment.
The reader will read.
Mr. President, I move to amend Senate Bill 157 as amended by the Senate Committee on page 2 in line 33 by striking 180 days and instead inserting 1 day.
Senator from Shawnee, do you wish to further explain your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think that the amendment is fairly self-explanatory.
Questions on the amendment for the senator from Shawnee? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Not a question, but just a comment that with the amendment, you would be striking the opportunity for another 179 days for the compensated surety to go out and be incentivized to go find the defendant and return him or her to court. That's the whole purpose of the bonding system, is to ensure that the defendant comes to court. So the amendment is actually counter what the whole purpose of the bill is, and it's not a friendly amendment, and I would ask the body to vote it down.
Are there additional questions for the senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move the amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no.
Roll call.
The roll call has been asked for. Not seeing 5 hands. Roll call is not in order.
Madam Chair, I believe we have 5 hands.
I do not see 5 hands. Roll call is not in order.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
State your point of order.
I believe we had the senator from Sedgwick, also senator from Sedgwick, senator from Johnson, and senator from Wyandotte, as well as myself, raise their hands requesting roll call.
I did not see 5 hands. Are there 5 hands? I see 5 hands. Roll call is in order. Clerk will call the roll.
Alley. Argabright. Billinger. Blazy. Blue. Bowers. Bowser. Clays from Saline. Clays from Sedgwick. Clifford. Corson. Dietrich. Erickson. Fag. Faust-Goudot.
Senator, please restate.
Francisco. Gossage. Haley. Hulsher. Klemp. Cluse. Masterson. Murphy. Owens. Peck. Peterson. Petty. Rose. Reichman. Schmidt. Schallenberger. Shane. Starnes. Sykes. Thomas. Thompson. Titus. Tyson. Ware. Warren.
Has every senator had a chance to vote? Senator from Barton, are you wishing to be? Does any senator wish to explain their vote? Does any senator wish to change their vote? Clerk will close the roll and tally the vote. One having voted in favor and 37 against, the amendment fails. We are back on the bill. Additional questions for the senator from Johnson. Senator from Shawnee, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Recognizing that actually I agree with the senator from Johnson that we could do more to remove the incentives as they're structured right now in the bill. Have an amendment number 1534.
Give us a moment to get it distributed. Senator, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the clerk could read the amendment.
The reader will read.
Mr. President, I move to amend Senate Bill 157 as amended by the Senate Committee on page 2 in line 33 by striking the number 180 and instead inserting 3
Senator from Shawnee, do you wish to explain your amendment further?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think the amendment is self-explanatory.
Are there questions for the Senator from Shawnee on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. It's same reason, not a friendly amendment. Thank you.
Other questions for the Senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move the amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion failed.
Roll call.
Roll call has been called. Not seeing 5 hands. Roll call is not in order. We are back on the bill. Additional questions for the Senator from Johnson. Senator from Shawnee, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment 1536.
Give us a moment to get it distributed. Senator, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the clerk could read the amendment.
The reader will read.
Mr. President, I move to amend Senate Bill 157 as amended by the Senate Committee on page 2 in line 33 by striking the number 180 and instead inserting 5.
Senator from Shawnee, do you wish to explain your amendment further?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's self-explanatory.
Are there any questions for the Senator from Shawnee? Seeing none, Senator, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move the amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion fails. We are back on the bill. Additional questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator from Shawnee, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I have an amendment 1520.
Give us a moment to get it distributed. Senator from Shawnee, would you please restate the amendment number?
I apologize. Let's go with 1517.
Thank you. Give us a moment to get it distributed. Senator, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the clerk could read the amendment.
The reader will read.
Mr. President, I move to amend Senate Bill 157 as amended by the Senate Committee on page 2 in line 33 by striking 180 days and inserting 3 hours.
Senator from Shawnee, do you wish to explain your amendment further?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's self-explanatory.
Any questions on the amendment? Senator from Johnson, Senator Warren? Seeing none, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move the amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion fails. We are back on the bill. Any additional questions for the Senator from Johnson? Senator from Shawnee, Senator Schmidt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to introduce Amendment 1522.
Give us a minute to get it distributed. Senator, do you wish to explain your amendment or have it read?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the clerk could read the amendment.
The reader will read.
Mr. President, I move to amend Senate Bill 157 as amended by the Senate Committee on page 2 in line 33 by striking 180 days and instead inserting 1 hour.
Senator from Shawnee, would you care to elaborate on your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I think it's self-explanatory.
Questions on the amendment? Senator from Potawatomi, Senator Titus.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Point of order, I believe these motions have become dilatory and that the chair has the discretion not to recognize any further motions of this nature as they're impeding the business of the body.
The chair is going to convene the Rules Committee. The chair recognizes the senator from Cherokee, Senator Schallenberger.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. According to the Rules Committee has determined that Senator Titus is correct, and the chair, to avoid dilatory motions, need not recognize anyone who does that.
We are back on the bill. Any other questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator,
Madam Chair,
you may
point of order.
close.
Madam Chair, point of order.
State your point of order.
Madam Chair, I have different amendments that are related to different elements of SB 157 that I'd like to be recognized.
The chair has ruled that you have expired your motions. Senator from Shawnee,
Madam Chair, point of order.
state your point of order.
I believe that the previous concern about dilatory amendments would apply specifically to the time restraint included in this bill, and I have separate amendments that I'd like to be recognized.
The chair recognizes a senator from Shawnee, but senator from Shawnee,
Thank you, Madam Chair.
you have one chance.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to introduce Amendment 1506.
Give us a moment to get it distributed. Senator from Shawnee, would you care to explain your amendment or have it read?
Thank you, Madam Chair. If the clerk could read the amendment.
The reader will read.
Mr. President, I move to amend Senate Bill 157 as amended by the Senate Committee by striking all in line 8.
Senator from Shawnee, would you care to elaborate on your amendment?
Thank you, Madam Chair. This amendment strikes the enactment clause of Senate Bill 157.
Are there questions for the carrier of the amendment? Seeing none, you may move your amendment.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move the amendment.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion fails. We are back on the bill. Additional questions for the senator from Johnson? Seeing none, Senator, you may close.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and some interesting debate on the bill as I think we're wrapping up today. I move that when the committee rises and it reports Senate Bill 157 favorably for passage.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. The chair recognizes the majority leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries.
The clerk will read the committee report.
On motion of Senator Blasey, the Senate resolved itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of bills on the calendar under the heading of General Orders with Senator Peck and Senator Erickson serving as chair. Recommended, Senate Bills 71, 138, 30, 64, 24, 88, 117, 98, 50, 128, 20, 82, 53, 156, and 77 be passed. Senate Bills 78, 23, 2, 126, 79, 260, 85, 58, 166, 18, 161, 222, 21, 22, 27, 199, 52, 13, and 157 be amended by the adoption of the committee reports and the bills be passed as amended. Senate Bill 70 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, but be further amended on motion of Senator Warren, and the bill be passed as amended. Senate Bill 87 be amended by the adoption of the committee report, but be further amended on motion of Senator Tyson, and the bill be passed as amended. Senate Bills 45, 67, 193, and 29 be amended by adopting the committee reports, recommending substitute bills, and the substitute bills be passed. And Senate Bill 44 be amended on motion of Senator Petty, and the bill be passed as amended.
Chair recognizes the senator from Sedgwick, Senator Erickson, for adoption of the report.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move we adopt the committee report.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Report's adopted. Introduction to bills and concurrent resolutions. Clerk will read.
Senate Bill number 272 by the Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning conventions under Article 5 of the Constitution of the United States. Senate Bill number 273 by the Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning elections. Senate Bill number 274 by the Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning energy. Senate Bill number 275 by the Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning school districts. Senate Bill number 276 by the Committee on Federal and State Affairs, an act concerning health and health care.
This constitutes introduction of Senate Bill 272 through Senate Bill 276. Reports of standing committees. Clerk will read.
Mr. President, the Committee on Commerce recommends Senate Bill 197 be amended by substituting with a new bill and the substitute bill be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Commerce recommends SCR 1606 be adopted. Mr. President, the Committee on Education recommends Senate Bill 114 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends Senate Bill 54 be amended by substituting with a new bill and the substitute bill be passed. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends Senate Bill 204 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Judiciary recommends Senate Bill 237 be amended and the bill be passed as amended. Mr. President, the Committee on Education recommends Senate Bill 47 be amended and the bill be passed as amended.
We're going to refer back in order to the order of business. Messages from the House. Clerk will read.
Announcing the House herewith transmits a certificate of action by the House of Representatives on Senate Bill 63, an act concerning children and minors, relating to health care of minors, enacting the Help Not Harm Act, and prohibiting healthcare providers from treating a child whose gender identity is inconsistent with the child's sex, authorizing a civil cause of action against healthcare providers for providing such treatments, and restricting use of state funds to promote gender transitioning, prohibiting professional liability insurance from covering damages for healthcare providers that provide gender transition treatment to children, requiring professional discipline against a healthcare provider who performs such treatments, and adding violations of the Act to the definition of unprofessional conduct for physicians, and amending KSA 65-2837 and repealing the existing section. The veto message from the governor having been received, a motion was made that notwithstanding the governor's objection to Senate Bill 63, the bill be passed. By a vote of 85 yeas and 34 nays, the motion having received the required 2/3 constitutional majority of the members elected or appointed to the House of Representatives, voting in the affirmative, the bill has passed.
There having been objection, the following bills will be removed from the consent calendar and placed on general orders. Senate Bill 89 and Senate Bill 137. This time I'm withdrawing Senate Bill 75 and Senate Bill 99 from the calendar and referring to the Committee on Ways and Means. We'll return to the order of reports of standing committees. The clerk will read.
Mr. President, the Committee on Agriculture and Natural Resources recommends Senate Bill 184 be amended and the bill be passed as amended.
Before adjourning, are there announcements? Senator from Meade, Senator Reichman.
Thank you, Mr. President. Earlier this morning, a long time ago, I put on the desk, we're going to have a Bible study tomorrow at 7 a.m. And just to remind everybody, thank you.
Further now, Senator from Montgomery, Senator Peck.
Thank you, Mr. President. I thought as chair of the Agriculture and Natural Resources Committee, I would just make a brief, quick announcement. The Kansas Livestock Association dinner that was planned for Wednesday has been postponed for a week, and they do ask, so it will be February 26th at 6 p.m. They do ask for an RSVP, so I just thought I'd make that aware because they have some pretty good food, and so I don't want anyone to miss that opportunity. Thank you, Mr. President.
Any further announcements? Seeing none, Chair recognizes the Majority Leader from Sedgwick, Senator Blasey. Would you yield? Senator from Sedgwick, Senator Fauci-Guido.
Thank you, Mr. President. Do you have an idea of a plan of the rest of the week?
I think we'll get that from Majority Leader here in just a minute.
Thank you.
Yield falls back to you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to thank the Senate for all their hard work today. We did a 41 bills, and many, many roll calls. Might have been a record for the number of roll calls in the Senate on one day, but we did do a lot of good work. Tomorrow, we're going to debate 19 more bills on general orders, and that list will be going out to the full Senate later tonight, so stay tuned for that. Senate Republicans will caucus at 8:30 tomorrow, so not 8, so a little later than expected, just because we got so many bills done today. So we will do 8:30 tomorrow in our usual room at 548 South. And with that, Mr. President, I'll yield to the Senator from Douglas.
Senator from Douglas, Senator Francisco.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Senate Democrats will caucus at 9 a.m. tomorrow morning in our regular room, 287 North. I yield back to the Senator from Sedgwick.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Thank you, Mr. President. So tomorrow will probably be the last day the Senate will meet this week, so everyone can make plans to travel home tomorrow night or first thing Thursday, whatever their desire is. We will be breaking for lunch tomorrow, so plan that accordingly. But when we first come into the Senate, we'll vote on final action. Just so everyone knows, we have 41 bills to vote on for final action tomorrow. So it's important that you kind of make sure you know how you're going to vote on all the bills so we're not fumbling around. There's about 10 bills per roll call, so there'll be at least five roll calls. So just kind of keep that to note. We'll also vote tomorrow on the consent calendar, or whatever's left on the consent calendar, since I know a few bills were just pulled off. But there'll be a few bills on pages 4 and 5. We'll vote on those tomorrow for final action. So just note on that. And then we will go straight to general orders, and we'll vote emergency final action on all 19 bills tomorrow before we leave town. So, Mr. President, I will yield to the Senator from Johnson, the Minority Leader.
Senator from Johnson, Senator Sykes.
Thank you. As a clarification, will we be dealing with any of the appointments as well?
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. President, I believe there's only one appointment ready for final action tomorrow, and we will not be taking a vote on his confirmation this week.
Senator from Sedgwick.
Mr. President, with that, I move the Senate adjourn until 10 a.m. on Wednesday, February 19th, 2025.
For the motion, all those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. Motion carries. We're adjourned.